Chapter 403. Su Lin returned to the hall and left the VIP area in the ruins to the others to continue searching. Su Lin began to check his harvest. Including the one he just killed, he had killed a total of 3 poisonous mummies and 1 primordial mummy. The poisonous mummy gave Su Lin more than 9,000 experience points, 3 gold treasure chests, and a few high-tier soul crystals and jewels. The primordial mummy gave him 2 platinum treasure chests. Su Lin now had a total of 5 treasure chests. As for the puppet golem, it did not give him anything. However, the puppet golem itself was a big harvest. If it could be developed, the high-end combat power of the Beifeng Principality would soar. However, it was not easy to develop such a high-end technology. He could only let Hathaway do it slowly. Su Lin opened his inventory and found 3 gold treasure chests. He chose to open them directly. The system's cold voice rang in his ears. Congratulations, you have opened a gold treasure chest. You have obtained an item, arcane card. Congratulations, you have opened a gold treasure chest. You have obtained 3 skill points. Congratulations, you have opened a gold treasure chest. You have obtained the skill, Vampiric Touch. As the light faded, 3 items appeared in front of Su Lin. He began to check the attributes of the 3 items. Arcane cards, also known as the cards of wisdom or the cards of miracles, these are the treasures left behind by the arcane kingdom. Each arcane card has a unique magic power. A complete arcane card has 108 cards. They may bring you good luck, but they may also bring you disaster. Currently owned cards, 1 of 108. Is this a card draw? Su Lin's face darkened. In the many games that he had played in his previous life, almost all of them had this card draw game that made the players cheer for the lucky king and the non-players chop off their hands. Generally, it was fine if you had a conscience. There was the so-called guarantee of 10 consecutive draws. However, there were some that were screwed. You might not even get an SSR card even if you drew 100 cards. As for Su Lin, he belonged to the kind of people who could only draw 10 consecutive draws. As for the miracle of drawing a single card, he had never seen one before. However, ever since he came to this world, his luck seemed to have improved. Thinking of this, Su Lin took out the arcane card and prepared to give it a try. The cards that had not been activated were the same on both sides. These cards were made of an unknown alloy and had a unique hexagram mark and the Eye of Truth insignia on them. Before it was activated, no one knew what this arcane card represented. This kind of arcane card could only be activated by inputting energy according to the patterns on the card. Su Lin flipped through the card and confirmed that there were no problems. He then picked up the card and tried to inject energy. Su Lin picked up the card and tried to inject energy into it. A faint light appeared. After the arcane card in Su Lin's hand absorbed the energy, a ripple of energy appeared. Then, an image appeared in the center of the card. The first image that appeared was a library filled with books. This scene surprised Su Lin. This meant that this card was most likely a knowledge card. He could learn a spell or obtain some advanced knowledge through this card. Then the door opened. An ancient alchemy rune appeared and sank into Su Lin's body. Focus! A magical force surged into Su Lin's body and instantly merged with it. After Su Lin's brain experienced a swelling pain, a cool feeling appeared. It felt like he had been concentrating on one thing for a long time and was mentally exhausted. Finally, after the cool feeling appeared, the fatigue gradually disappeared. The system's voice rang in his ears again. Congratulations, the arcane card, Focus, has been activated. You have awakened the personal ability, Focus. Your mental strength has increased a little. Energy modification completed. At this moment, Su Lin felt that his mind was very clear. It seemed that after a long period of hard work, his mental strength had been tempered. His mental strength had become stronger. Focus, personal talent. After a long period of hard work, this has greatly strengthened your mental strength and knowledge. Whether it's learning, fighting, or doing other things, you will be more serious. Your learning efficiency will increase by 15% and the chances of being sneak attacked will be reduced. Su Lin raised his eyebrows. This time, he had drawn a personal talent. His luck was really good. This kind of talent card was relatively rare. Among the 108 cards, only a few had this effect. For example, the effect of the Dragon Disciple card could directly give one the power of a Dragon Disciple. The card could increase Strength to 20 points, Constitution to 18 points, and Charm to 20 points. It could also be compatible with the previous profession. In other words, this card could directly allow one to take on a profession. The person who obtained the Dragon Disciple card was a wizard. After taking on the profession of a Dragon Disciple, he became very powerful and later broke through to the legendary level. It was said that he had now left this realm to travel to other realms. Sullen's card was only a low-level one among the cards that increased attributes and talents, but overall, it was still very good. In addition to this arcane card, Sulen also received 3 skill points and a skill, Vampiric Touch. The skill points were also a good reward. Sulen looked at the description of Vampiric Touch. Vampiric Touch, the system's bloodthirst skill fused with the rules of this world. When attacking an enemy, the user can absorb the enemy's energy or life force and convert it into their own. Effect. After using, the user absorbs 50 energy or life force and increases the user's HP by 50 points. Effect lasts for 1 minute and disappears after absorbing 50 energy or life force. This skill might be a godly skill for others, but for Sulen who had physical healing, this skill was a little useless. 50 points of HP was roughly equivalent to a medium-level injury. Sullen's physical healing could recover about the same amount of HP. After looking at it, this skill only required 1 skill point. Sulen thought for a while and learned this skill. After opening the 3 gold treasure chests, Sulen opened the remaining 2 platinum treasure chests. Along with a burst of light and shadow effects, the system's familiar voice sounded in his ears. Congratulations, host. You have opened the platinum treasure chest. You have received the item, 9 Heavens Black Iron *1. Congratulations, host. You have opened the platinum treasure chest. You have received the item, Self-Created Hero Template *1. After hearing the system's prompt, Sullen's face showed a hint of joy. This time, he was very lucky to open the treasure chest. The 9 Heavens Black Iron could be considered a godly weapon in the game. In the game, not only could it increase one's strength, but it also had the effect of recovering one's life force. Moreover, it also had the Iron Wall talent. It could be said that it was very cost-effective. However, after coming to this world, he did not know what the attributes of this item would be. Sulen could not wait to check the description of the 9 Heavens Black Iron. 9 Heavens Black Iron, a magical metal that fell from the sky. It has incredible power. It is an extremely precious material that can be used to forge godly weapons. The 9 Heavens Black Iron contains a magical power. After wearing it, one will receive a buff. Strength plus 10, Constitution plus 10, and the additional innate skills, Regeneration and Iron Wall. The buff will be ineffective if one's attributes exceed 50. *CK, 10 points of strength and 10 points of constitution. After seeing the buff effect of the 9 Heavens Black Iron, Sulen was surprised. One should know that in this world, an ordinary adult male without training would only have 7 or 8 points of constitution. However, this 9 Heavens Black Iron could actually increase both constitution and strength by 10 points. This buff could instantly allow an ordinary person to surpass a knight. As for the buff effect, it was also very practical. Sullen's strength had reached 50 points, and his constitution had reached 47 points. This 9 Heavens Black Iron did not give him much of a buff. As for the innate skills, Sulen already had them. The innate skills of this item could not be stacked. However, although it was not very useful to him, this 9 Heavens Black Iron was actually a material for forging godly weapons. Godly weapons, as the name implied, were powerful weapons created by the gods. Generally speaking, legendary weapons and legendary magical items were the next step up and were high-tier legendary items. It was still more difficult to become a godly weapon. When the gods forged godly weapons, they would need to inject some divinity into them. Only then could the weapons be considered godly weapons. One should know that divinity was very precious. Using one's own power to forge godly weapons was a very extravagant act. It was also because of this that the gods rarely forged godly weapons. After all, every time they forged a godly weapon, it was equivalent to weakening a part of their own power. This was also the reason why godly weapons were so powerful. The 9 heavens black iron in front of him could be used to forge godly weapons. In other words, he could forge godly weapons without using a small amount of divinity. This function alone was enough to make all the wizard organizations and churches on the continent fight over it. One should know that the godly weapons created by the gods were restricted by their alignment. For example, if a god from the lawful good alignment created a godly weapon, then the godly weapon's usage requirement would be lawful good. There were quite a number of godly weapons in the multiverse. Many powerful gods had left behind godly weapons. Many gods would inject their own rules and divine power into the godly weapons, and then give it to their believers to use. This kind of godly weapon could only be used by the gods themselves and their believers. Of course, there were also some godly weapons without owners that were lost in the multiverse. Many of those godly weapons were left behind by the fallen gods. There were very few godly weapons in the multiverse that did not have alignment restrictions. The Flail of Time was one of them. This was also one of the reasons why this godly weapon was so popular. Su Lin still did not have the ability to forge godly weapons, so this piece of 9 heavens black iron could only be temporarily hidden. Before he had the power to protect this material, he did not plan to take it out. He would keep it in his storage space. Who knew if there would be a high-tier wizard or god who had nothing better to do than to do divination? His storage space could block this kind of spell. Chapter 404. Sullen's system had the ability to block prophecies, so he did not have to worry about being discovered by others. As for creating divine artifacts, he did not have the ability to do so yet. After putting away the 9 heavens black iron, Su Lin took the last item, the self-created hero template. Su Lin was already very familiar with this item. It could turn an ordinary person into a hero. He had not thought of who to give this item to, so he would keep it for the time being. In addition to these items, Su Lin had obtained a legendary skill point when he killed the ancient mummy. After thinking for a while, Su Lin used the legendary skill point on his advanced regeneration talent. Are you sure you want to use the legendary skill point on the talent, advanced regeneration? After Su Lin confirmed, the legendary skill point on the system panel slowly disappeared. Then, a strong force surged into Sullen's body. At this moment, his body seemed to be torn apart. Every inch of his body seemed to have been beaten countless times and then reconstructed. Intense pain came from his body, and in the midst of this pain, a powerful vitality appeared in his body. Every cell in his body seemed to be awakened, and a powerful life energy gathered in his body. At this moment, his body seemed to be reborn. A row of data appeared. Advanced regeneration has evolved into legendary regeneration. Your life force has increased. Your recovery ability has increased. You have obtained broken limb rebirth. Detected that the host has legendary strength. You have obtained the special talent, immortality. Legendary regeneration. After arduous training, you have finally broken through the limits of mortals and entered the realm of transcendence. After obtaining legendary regeneration, unless the heart or head is severely damaged, more than 50% of the heart or head is damaged, the other parts will quickly recover after being injured. Broken limb rebirth. After the body is damaged, as long as there is a certain amount of time, your body will regenerate. Phew. Su Lin slowly opened his eyes and felt the changes in his body. Although there did not seem to be much change on the surface, Su Lin knew that his body's vitality had become very high. With legendary regeneration, not only had Sullen's recovery ability been greatly improved, but his life force had also been greatly increased. If his lifespan was 1,000 years in the past, it had now increased to 1,500 years. In addition to legendary regeneration, Su Lin also obtained another special talent, immortality. Immortality did not mean that Su Lin could live forever, but that his body would not show signs of aging while he was alive. Immortality, special talent, requires the prerequisites of legendary strengthening and legendary regeneration. With the immortality talent, Your body will never age and your physical fitness will always be at its peak. Note: you are immune to aging spells. After seeing the gift of immortality, Sulin's face showed a touch of joy. This gift was actually eternal youth. Although legendary professions had a long lifespan, they would still age, but the speed of aging was much slower than those below the legendary level, especially physical professions. For example, a legendary warrior had a lifespan of 200 years. Under normal circumstances, his combat power would be maintained at the peak of 130 to 150 years old. After the peak period, his combat power would slowly decline. In the last 10 years, his strength would even fall below the legendary realm. After Su Lin obtained the immortality talent, he would no longer be limited by aging. After moving his body, Su Lin took out a sharp knife and slashed it on his arm to observe the speed of his recovery. The sharp knife slashed and a shallow wound appeared on his arm. With legendary toughness, his body's defense had become very high. Ordinary knives could no longer hurt him. The knife Su Lin used was a magic item with sharpness +1 and armor penetration +1. Blood flowed out, but after a moment, the wound began to scab. After a while, the scab completely fell off with a gentle touch. The wound just now had disappeared, and the skin was as smooth as new. After checking his body, Su Lin left the room. Next was the rest of the loot in the ruins. It took a total of 3 days to clean up the ruins. The main reason was that many places had been buried by sand and needed to be dug up again. The ruins were not very big. In the end, Su Lin and the others collected all the valuable things they could find. In the end, a small mountain of treasure appeared in front of everyone. Looking at the mountain of gold in front of him, Sulin's eyes were dazzled by the golden light. The others around also stared at the mountain of gold in front of them, greed flashing in their eyes. How much is there in total? Su Lin looked at the mountain of gold in front of him and asked. 63,500 gold coins, more than 1,000 pieces of jewelry, gold, and so on. There are 326 magic gems, magic crystals, and relatively well-preserved magic items, etc. No one is hiding anything, right? Su Lin said casually. No, we've checked all of them. Barn grinned. Su Lin knew very well that those workers might not have a secret stash, but it was not certain whether the 3 professionals had a secret stash. However, Su Lin did not mind. The most precious things in the ruins were basically in his storage space. The rest were only gems and gold. Moreover, the 3 of them did not have a space bag. How much could they take? Then we'll divide it according to what we said before. All the workers will get 20%, I'll take 35%, and the 3 of you will each get 15%, Su Lin said directly. Agreed. You've contributed the most in this ruin. We have no problem with you taking the biggest share. Bane nodded. I agree too. You're too generous. Valadin and Jane nodded. Out of the 63,500 gold coins, Su Lin took 22,000, Bane and the other 2 professionals each got 9,500, and the rest of the workers got 65 each. Su Lin did not take the gold, jewelry, and magic items. These things were of no use to him, but he took all the magic gems. The more than 1,000 pieces of gold were distributed to the 3 of them, and the magic items were also distributed to them. However, there were only a few items that were still in good condition and could be used. Su Lin and the 3 professionals took out another 2,000 gold coins to compensate the others. The division of the treasure was successfully completed. 1 gold coin from the Arcane Empire era in the ruins could be exchanged for 3 k'nr. After this trip, even the craftsmen had almost obtained more than 200 k'nr. For ordinary people, this was a wealth that they might not be able to accumulate in their lifetime. After the distribution of the treasure, Su Lin and the others left the underground ruins happily. After everyone left, Su Lin gently snapped his fingers. The sand and stones beside him quickly slid down and the ruins were resealed. After that, Su Lin also used mud to stone to turn the sand and stones into real stones and completely sealed the ruins. There was no delay here. Everyone was eager to go back. After getting rich overnight, they all wanted to go back and enjoy themselves. Who would want to work again? Su Lin, I reckon that after this trip, The three professionals might even consider retiring directly. As for adventure, if it was not for money, who would be willing to dance on the edge of a knife? Many mercenaries and adventurers would turn around and leave the business after accumulating enough money. After all, if you were not careful in this business, you might lose your life before spending all your money. Then the hard-earned money would become someone else's. The return trip was faster than when they came. 2 days later, Su Lin and the others returned to Halta. Back to Sullen's trip to the Desert Kingdom. In the royal city of Florence, in a beautifully decorated palace. Daniel was sitting in his chair with a distressed look. As the third heir to the royal family of Henry, he was quite favored in the palace. However, it was still difficult for him to inherit the throne. Since the beginning of the new year, His Majesty's body had some problems. All kinds of diseases kept appearing. Even if he invited the Bishop of the Church of Life to help treat the disease, the effect was not good. Everyone knew that King Henry's life was coming to an end. This was not good news for Daniel. If his father had been alive, then he would have had time and opportunity to go further. However, his father, His Majesty Henry, was not as energetic as before. Even if he wanted to pass the throne to him, it was unlikely that he could do it. As the third heir to the Kingdom of Florence, he did not have a good relationship with his two brothers. It should be said that it was very bad. No matter which one of them took the throne in the end, what awaited him would not be good. If it was better, they would give him a remote piece of land and kick him back. If his two brothers were more evil, it wouldn't be strange if they directly sent people to kill him on his way to his fief. In the end, they would push the blame to the bandits and he would pretend to be inconsolable, and this matter would be over. No one would pay attention to a dead prince. In the quiet side hall, the palace guards had all retreated. In the empty hall, only Daniel sat there quietly. "Dear, are you waiting for me?" A frivolous laughter sounded, and then a hazy figure appeared in the hall. The figure swayed gently, and a large number of ripples appeared in the surrounding space like the water surface. Finally, the ripples disappeared, and a charming and seductive figure appeared there. This woman was stunningly beautiful. Her every move was full of temptation. Her impressive figure was only covered by a few pieces of cloth. At first glance, one could not take their eyes off her. Her body was also covered by a layer of transparent gauze, which made her even more seductive. This was a peerless beauty. Chapter 405. Daniel was not surprised at all by the sudden appearance of the woman in the hall. It was as if he knew she would come. The woman in front of him gave off a seductive aura like a succubus. However, a wizard who was well versed in the lower planes and had mastered the study of demons and ghosts would be able to tell that the woman in front of him was not a succubus. Instead, she was a devil from the hell of Bator. The pleasure devil. This creature with the appearance of a woman had soft amber hair and purple eyes that rippled like a pool of water. Her clothes revealed her soft breasts and back. A smile appeared on her lips. Her plump red lips were slightly pouted as if she was waiting for a kiss, or as if she was pouting coquettishly to her lover. Deep in her eyes, there was a hint of playfulness, like a cat playing with a mouse. Pleasure devils were the evolved form of lustful devils. They were devils who were very good at disguising themselves. Their favorite thing to do was to seduce the followers of the gods into depravity. They did not like hell. To them, the material plane was full of ripe fruits that could be harvested. Pleasure devils would not feel guilty about seducing any man or woman of any race. It was their duty to collect fresh souls. They liked to seduce mortals into depravity. The more noble a person was, the more they wanted to seduce them. Pleasure devils liked to use all kinds of methods to make people fall step by step. Then, when the fruit was ripe, they would harvest it. Pleasure devils had the bloodline of fallen angels. In fact, the earliest devils all had the bloodline of angels. It was said that the devils in the hell of Bator were originally angels. During the war between the ancient gods of order and the bottomless abyss, some of the angels had been infected by the power of the lower planes because they had been fighting against the abyss for a long time. In the end, they fell and became devils. "My dear Daniel, I haven't seen you for so long. I've missed you so much." The pleasure devil smiled seductively. Her eyes rippled, and her red lips curved into a beautiful arc. I'm reminded of the wonderful times we had together. You were so strong, so charming. As she spoke, the pleasure devil swayed her body and walked over. Her body was faintly discernible under the thin veil. It made one's breath quicken involuntarily. Daniel's expression was not very good. He coldly glanced at the flirtatious pleasure devil and said in a deep voice, "Enough, stop pretending. We're even now." "Of course we're even, but I like you, little cutie." A frivolous voice sounded. The pleasure demon walked gracefully to Daniel. Then, her body flashed and her alluring body instantly wrapped around Daniel's body like a beautiful snake. I still clearly remember the wonderful times we spent together. At that time, you called me little sweetie. Now you're so fierce to me. I'm really sad. Daniel's breathing was obviously a little hurried, and his face had turned a little red. His body had also undergone some changes, but his rationality still prevailed. Daniel took a deep breath and forcefully suppressed the evil thoughts in his heart as he said in a deep voice, "Put away that trick of yours. It's useless against me." The pleasure devil watched Daniel's actions with great interest. She reached her hand into his collar and stroked his chest back and forth. She even stuck out her tongue and licked his neck and earlobe a few times. Just as she was about to go deeper, Daniel suddenly broke free from her embrace. "Angry? Seeing how uncomfortable you are, I want to help you," the pleasure devil said with some grievance. Daniel's body was a little stiff. He slowly turned around and took a few deep breaths to calm himself down. "Help me? How do you want to help me? Or what do you want?" It was not easy to get help from the demons. These guys who like to play with people's hearts would not help others for no reason. Moreover, they would also leave behind various traps when they helped you. Once you were careless, they would easily take away all the benefits, including your life. The demon's favorite thing to do was to use various means to exploit the loopholes in a contract. For example, some inconspicuous patterns on a contract were very likely to be traps. In the ancient arcane kingdom, the arcanists specially produced several books, How to Sign a Contract with the Demons and The Demon's Trap. Just as famous as these books was the guide to the wishing spell. When using the wishing spell, one would need to reach an agreement with the jinn. If it was just a simple description, the jinn would intentionally misinterpret it. One would need to use a more rigorous description to plug up all the loopholes. The pleasure devil tilted her head, wearing an alluring smile on her beautiful face. She propped up her chin with one hand and propped it up with the other. She looked at Daniel with great interest. "Souls, excellent souls. Although you've provided quite a number of souls, to be honest, the quality of those souls isn't very good. It can be said that their souls can't be polished at all. They are also unable to release that enchanting soul light. This time around, I hope that you can provide better souls." "Impossible," Daniel said coldly. "Previously, in order to provide you with the souls you needed, I almost handed over all the prisoners in the royal capital's prison to you. What else do you want?" Daniel's countenance was grim. A powerful aura rose from his body, and his abilities as a conferred knight were unleashed in an instant. The pleasure devil's expression was one of astonishment and fear. She even put on an act and patted her chest, causing her voluptuous breasts to jiggle a little. She approached with light footsteps, as if she was not afraid at all. She exhaled and said, "My dear Daniel, don't be so angry. You've scared me. Didn't I help you increase your abilities and then help you take control of an army? Those officers have also sworn to be loyal to you. What else do you want? Do you want to take control of even more armies? I can help you with this. As for the reward, if you really can't do it, you can owe me first. If you can accompany me tonight, that would be even better." The pleasure devil stuck out her tongue and licked her lips. A strange smile appeared on her charming face. She then appeared next to Daniel with a flash, wrapping herself around him like a beautiful snake. Her palms caressed him gently and slid into his clothes agilely. Her petite body twisted slightly, leaving behind a series of lipstick marks on his face and neck. In the end, she even nibbled on his earlobe gently. At the same time, she said in an alluring voice, Your words sound so righteous, but your body's reaction is so real. There's still plenty of time tonight. Let's enjoy it slowly. Right? I've just learned a few new techniques. Let's try them out today. Sulen was unaware of the changes that had taken place in the Kingdom of Florence. The embroidered uniform guards had just been established. Even if they possessed various professional skills, they would still need to integrate themselves into the locals before they could obtain any information. After the North Wind Dukedom was officially established, more and more people came to the North Town to do business. Caravans loaded with goods came one after another. From the outside, this caravan didn't seem to be anything special. However, if the experienced mercenaries were to take a look, they would discover that this caravan seemed to have a lot of manpower. After exiting the city gates, the merchant team continued to move forward for about 2 kilometers. How many people are coming this time around? A middle-aged man dressed like a merchant asked another person. Beside him, a warrior dressed like a strong warrior replied, "This time, we brought 200 people. All of them are illegal residents and slaves. I heard that you can earn money by providing food in the North Town. After working for 5 years, you can even get a piece of land. Those people are all fighting to come here. We didn't even spend a single copper this time. All we did was provide them with some food. If they were in the city, they would either starve to death or be sold as slaves. How can there be such a good deal? With so many people this time, we should be able to get a trading spot. It's so hard to get a trading spot in the North Town." That's right. Who asked him to have so many good things? I want to buy at least 50 kilograms of white sugar this time. The North Town. After a long period of construction, the North Town looked very good. It was clean and tidy with green trees and flowers. More importantly, the North Town had a lot of goods that were in high demand. After transporting people and all kinds of goods from other places to the North Town and selling them, they could buy the goods that were in high demand in the North Town. In this way, a medium-sized merchant team could make at least 10,000 kinar in profit. It was a huge profit. Although the North Town had a lot of strict laws and regulations, there were still a lot of merchants who came here to do business. Many people even spent money to buy property here after discovering the sanitation of the North Town. They were planning to live here for a long time. After we go back this time, send people to the nearby villages to recruit refugees. I'll send you some more people. There are more refugees in the villages. You don't have to pay for them, just give them food. Alright, remember to pick them. Don't take the old, the sick, or the disabled. Just take the young and strong ones who can work if they are a family. I know. We won't take in the old, the sick, or the disabled. They might not even be able to finish the journey. If they die on the way, our investment will be wasted. The man patted his chest and said, "Remember to let them eat until they are full. They will have to sleep and eat on the road. If they don't eat until they are full, they might not make it. Not only will they not make any money, they will also have to pay for the food," the merchant said to the others. Everyone nodded in agreement. After the third phase of the North Town's construction was completed, they began to send workers to Mirror Lake City. The second phase of the construction had already started. Sulen had set a target of 50,000 people for Mirror Lake City. At the same time, the fourth city was being prepared. This time, Sulen planned to build the city to the west of the North Town. The 4 cities would surround Sulen's territory. Chapter 406. The Duchy of North Wind's construction was still ongoing. From the North City to the Kingdom of Florence's Blackstone Fort, there was a 300-mile stretch of wilderness. There was not a single human city, which was very unfriendly for caravans. A small caravan without enough strength would not be able to traverse such a distance. Even for large caravans, the cost of traversing such a long stretch of wilderness was very high. It was also very dangerous. Therefore, the Duchy of North Wind's next goal was to build a new city 50 kilometers southwest of the North City. This way, not only could they expand the territory of the Duchy of North Wind, but it would also make the trade route more convenient and smooth. However, the problem that limited the Duchy of North Wind's development was still the problem of population. The most popular thing in the Duchy of Northwind was the population trade. On average, the population of the Duchy of Northwind would increase by 300 people every day. In a month, the population would increase by nearly 10,000 people. The increase in population did not cause too much of a problem for the Duchy of Northwind. For 2 years in a row, they had been reclaiming land and planting crops. Now, the food production in Northtown City was enough to feed 10 times the population. In fact, this was still an undercount. There were 150,000 mu of land outside the North City. 2/3 of it was used to plant food, and the rest was used to plant other economic crops. Under the effect of the harvest altar, the potatoes in the North City could mature 3 times a year, producing more than 1,500 kilograms of potatoes. In a year, the North City's food production could reach 200,000 tons. Even so, the Duchy of Northwind did not stop reclaiming the land. By next year, the Duchy of Northwind's food production would increase again. The increase in food production brought about too many benefits. In addition to satisfying the basic needs of the people, the rest of the food was transported to the distillery and the farm. The North City's vodka production was very high. Vodka was very popular in the northern provinces, but the sales in the south were average. Every month, the North City made a lot of profits. In addition to the distillery, the rest of the food was used to develop the livestock industry. The livestock industry in the North City had moved to Centaur City. After a year of development, the livestock industry in Centaur City had developed rapidly. The number of horses in Centaur City had reached 5,000, and the number of cows and sheep had broken through 50,000. It was barely enough to meet the needs of the Duchy of Northwind. However, the number of livestock in Centaur City was still increasing. The development of the northern battlefront city was changing rapidly due to the large amount of investment. It could be said that it was the fastest developing city in the entire continent. Mirror Lake City's plan was to have a population of 50,000, and the new city they were planning to build also had a population of 50,000. In addition to the 150,000 in Northtown City and 10,000 in Centaur City, the Duchy of Northwind needed a population of 260,000, and Northtown City only had 170,000 to 180,000. Although the Beifeng Principality had already been established, the population trade would be the top priority of the Beifeng Principality for some time to come. By the time Su Lin returned from the Desert Kingdom, it had been more than a month. Although he had been away from Northern Town for more than a month, the city hadn't been affected. Crazy and Hathaway had managed the city well. The construction of the new city in the southwest had also begun. The first batch consisted of 3,000 people. At this time, the city had already built some simple walls and some houses. The ones responsible for their safety were 500 soldiers from Northtown City, including 200 spearmen, 200 archers, and 100 barbarian soldiers. After the construction of the camp was completed, Su Lin would send more people to build the city. After returning to Northern Citadel, Su Lin rested for a day before going to the central square of the city. He planned to build the Martyr's Palace. Some people said that tower didn't sound nice, but now it was changed to palace. The Martyr's Palace and the Arc de Triomphe would be built as a set. Su Lin planned to build both on the same central axis. The main road of Northtown City would pass through the Arc de Triomphe and reach the central plaza before reaching the Martyr's Palace. When Su Lin was building the city, he had reserved a lot of empty land. There was also a lot of space in the central plaza. Su Lin had specially reserved a piece of land for the Martyr's Palace. After deciding to build the Martyr's Palace, the construction team from Northtown City quickly arrived. The construction team had plenty of experience, so they had no problem building the basic structure of the Martyr's Palace. After Su Lin gave them the blueprints of the Martyr's Palace, the construction team began construction. The construction of the Martyr's Palace required a lot of marble, and some places even required obsidian. The blueprint of the Martyr's Palace was tall and majestic. The entire structure was built with stone. There were many murals and sculptures inside the Martyr's Palace, depicting legends and battles that Northtown City had experienced. After arranging the construction of the Martyr's Palace, Su Lin only needed to visit it every day. Once the construction was complete, he also needed to place 2 battle soul stones inside the martyr's palace. Only then would the martyr's palace be considered complete. Without the battle soul stones, the martyr's palace would only be a grand hall at most. It wouldn't have any special effects. Adept Tower, astrology platform. After a satisfying battle, Su Lin shifted into a more comfortable position. He had just gotten his fill. His fighting spirit had soared after living in the desert for more than a month. After venting, his body felt refreshed. By the time he got out of bed, it was already late in the morning. A faint fragrance lingered at the tip of Su Lin's nose. Several body scents mixed together, intoxicating Su Lin. For beautiful faces entered his sight. He had tormented himself quite a bit last night. Even the little succubus Chris and dragon warlock Phyllis, who had powerful physiques, were exhausted. There were still traces of last night's frenzy on their bodies. Their smooth, delicate skin and astonishing elasticity gave him the urge to do it again. Fortunately, his willpower was strong enough to let the exhausted women go. Using his strong willpower, Su Lin forced himself to get up from the soft and fragrant bed. He picked up a set of neatly folded clothes from the bedside cabinet. It was a loose robe, a style that the nobles of the northern lands usually liked to wear. After putting on the clothes, Su Lin patted their full, round buttocks a few times. The full moon swayed back and forth like a jelly, abnormally alluring. What are you doing? Annoying, I want to sleep some more. I'm so sleepy, don't disturb me. I'll sleep some more. They rolled over and pulled their blankets to get out of bed. Time to wake up. Su Lin couldn't help but pinch the jelly. However, the women on the bed were unwilling to get up. Su Lin smiled and pretended to be happy. You don't want to get up? Since the weather is so good, let's do some morning exercises. With that, he pulled Alex up by the waist and curled his legs into a triangular stabilizing position. No, I'll get up right away. Hearing Su Lin's words, Hathaway, Alex, Chris, and Phyllis instantly regained their vitality and scrambled to get up. Don't you want to do some morning exercises? You know, a good day starts in the morning. Su Lin pretended to be very regretful and said. The women rolled their eyes and got up with a frown. The breakfast in the Wizard Tower was very simple, but it was made with great care. Milk, bread, and a few pieces of delicious ham were all it took. After lunch, Su Lin and Hathaway went to the laboratory, and then took out the high-grade golem he obtained from the desert ruins, this time from the storage space. A 3-meter-tall golem covered in silver-white metal appeared in the laboratory. This is the golem you encountered in the desert ruins? It looks very powerful. Hathaway's eyes lit up when she saw the golem. This kind of high-grade golem looked extraordinary at first glance, with a strong sense of science fiction in the interstellar era. Yes, this thing was very difficult to deal with in the underground ruins. If it weren't for the lack of maintenance for thousands of years and the lack of weight, it would have been very difficult to take it down. Su Lin patted the golem and said, You don't know, but this high-grade golem has a powerful equipment, the elemental fissure light blade. This thing is very destructive, and its sharpness is amazing. Ordinary weapons will break with just a touch, and in terms of sharpness alone, it has surpassed legendary weapons. Elemental fissure light blade? Are you sure? Hearing Su Lin's words, Hathaway immediately asked in surprise. Yes, I've seen it used. Hathaway said with a look of joy, the elemental fissure light blade is a very powerful technology. Weapons made with this technology can reach the power of divine weapons, and can break the divine power field of gods and cause damage to gods. So powerful? Su Lin looked surprised, and then asked a little strangely, Then why did I feel that it was only at the legendary level when I encountered it last time? This technology was first developed by the great arcanists to deal with the abominations. The abominations have the same divine power field as the gods. Later, when the arcanists and the gods went to war, this weapon was used to deal with the gods. When you encountered it, their energy was almost exhausted, so naturally, it was impossible to activate the strongest level. You should know that the elemental fissure light blade is a charged weapon. To reach the power of a divine weapon, It needs to be infused with all the energy of the elemental pool. As for reaching the power of killing gods, the energy required is even more powerful. Only a strategic building at the level of the floating city can support it. So strong. Sulin was slightly surprised. Fortunately, these golems had lost their abundant energy. Otherwise, if this thing had reached the level of a divine weapon, Sulin would have been in danger at that time. Chapter 407. Elemental splitting lightblade was just one of the technologies used to fight against the gods in the era of the Arcane Empire. Other powerful weapons such as Super Arcane Crystal Pulse Cannon, Arcane Crystal Energy Annihilation Cannon, etc. During the era of the Arcane Empire, the great arcanists began to study a topic: how to kill a god. In theory, the easiest way to kill a god was when the god descended in the form of a saint. The power of the god would be greatly limited in the form of a saint. The best opportunity to kill a god in history was during the Avatar Crisis. At that time, the Avatar Crisis broke out, and all the gods were forced to descend into the world. They were also cut off from the divine kingdom and lost most of their power. When the Avatar Crisis came, many gods fell, and that was also the time when the mortals had the highest chance of becoming a god. At that time, there were records of mortals who succeeded in killing a god and became a god. But if it wasn't for the Avatar Crisis, it would be very difficult to kill a god. The divine shield used by the gods to protect themselves was enough to withstand dozens of legendary spells at once, and this divine shield had a rapid recovery effect. As long as the divine power in the divine kingdom was abundant, the divine shield would be quickly repaired. The best way to break a god's divine shield was to directly break through the upper limit of the god's divine shield with powerful energy. The strength of this thing was similar to the floating space city's enigmatic protective force field. After a large number of arcanists studied and calculated, they came to a conclusion that if they wanted to break a god's divine shield, they must use spells above the 12th circle. Only a spell of such power could kill a deity. Spells above the 9th circle were called legendary spells. Only legendary wizards could cast such powerful spells, and it was even more difficult to cast a 12th circle spell. In the records of the Arcane Kingdom, there were only a few great arcanists who had successfully cast a 12th circle spell, and the one who had successfully killed a god was Cassus. After all, the power of Cassus's self-explosion was too strong. This was one of the reasons why the war between the gods and the Arcane Empire broke out. Since the destruction of the Arcane Kingdom, many spells above the 9th circle had been lost. Only a few of them had been passed down, and they were all hidden by the wizard organizations and not shown to others. It was said that these lost legendary spells were actually destroyed by the gods. Of course, it was not as if the great arcanists of the Arcane Kingdom did not leave behind a backup plan. In many hidden corners of the multiverse, or in some ancient ruins, legendary spells were still preserved. Even when the Arcane Kingdom was defeated, the floating city still managed to escape. Sulin also wanted to control this power. Although he did not plan to kill a god, for his own safety, he had to control this power. As for entrusting his safety to the mercy of the gods, Sulin would not make such a mistake. In Sulin's previous life on the Blue Planet, history had taught him over and over again how unreliable it was to rely on other people's promises. The most obvious example was Ukraine. When the Red Bears disintegrated, Ukraine became independent. When Ukraine was independent, it had hundreds of thousands of troops, aircraft, artillery, tanks, and missiles. It even had 1,000 nuclear warheads. In the end, it was tricked by the NATO countries and destroyed all its nuclear warheads for only $10 million. At the same time, it also got a promise that it would not use nuclear weapons on Ukraine. As a result, Ukraine really believed it. Of course, there were also economic reasons. They were too poor. In the end, all nuclear weapons were destroyed. After the destruction of nuclear weapons, what happened to Ukraine in the end? From the world's third strongest military power, it became a small country that was bullied at will. If Ukraine could leave behind nuclear weapons, then they would now be an important force to maintain the world's nuclear peace, instead of an insignificant small country that was wantonly bullied. This high-level golem is for you to study. See if you can repair it for my use. Su Lin patted the high-level golem and said, "Okay, I'll try to repair it." Hathaway looked at the golem and said, "This golem is not badly damaged. Although its legs and head were cut off, the core of the golem's soul is not damaged. I'll try to reconnect the legs and head. This golem contains too much knowledge that I haven't mastered. I think after careful study, I'll definitely master a lot of precious high-level knowledge." Su Lin nodded. "Then it's up to you. If this one is not enough, then I'll go to those ancient ruins to look. There are so many ruins, it's still possible to find 1 or 2 high-level golems. By the way, did you find the super arcane crystal pulse cannon in the desert ruins this time? This thing is the main attack method of the wizard tower. Our wizard tower doesn't have this kind of strategic weapon yet," Hathaway said. "The super arcane crystal pulse cannon. I haven't seen this thing in the ruins." Su Lin shook his head and said, "There are not many weapons of this level that can be left until now." The super arcane crystal pulse cannon was also known as the magic cannon. This kind of weapon did not need to be loaded with ammunition, injected with energy, and then fired with a bang. In fact, the super arcane crystal pulse cannon looked like a pillar, about 15 meters tall and slightly conical. The energy was provided by the elemental pool, and it was very powerful. When it was fired, a strong beam of light would appear. This beam of light was very fast, and at the same time, it had strong penetrative and destructive power. The lowest power was a level 9 spell, and the highest could reach level 11 or even level 12. After giving the golem to Hathaway, Su Lin left the wizard tower. After returning to the Lord's castle, Su Lin checked the territory's accounts. The wizard tower spent the most money. On average, it cost 250,000 kinnar to buy materials every month. The rest was the military and construction expenses of the northern town and the immigration expenses. In this way, although there were hot products such as white sugar, paper, and rum, the northern town still spent more than it earned. If it weren't for the mineral support of the underground world, the northern town would have been unable to make ends meet. As for the construction of the floating space tower and even the floating space city in the future, the cost was even more astronomical. According to the estimation of the Arcane Kingdom, the construction of a floating space tower would cost about 50 million kinnar, and the construction of a floating space city would cost more than 1 billion kinnar. Of course, this was only the capital, and there were many resources that money couldn't buy. Just like the mice energy nucleus, who could buy it? Without the mice energy nucleus, the floating space city couldn't fly even if it was built. The mice energy nucleus was said to be a magical item created by the Arcane Kingdom in the early days with the help of the goddess of Arcana. The energy of the mice energy nucleus covered a radius of 1.6 kilometers, which was more than enough to build a floating space city with a population of 50,000. However, due to the war between the Arcane Kingdom and the gods, there wouldn't be a new mice energy nucleus. At that time, the great arcanists of the Arcane Kingdom also studied another alternative, called the elemental furnace. The theoretical knowledge of the elemental furnace wasn't profound. It could obtain a huge amount of energy through the fission of elements. However, although the energy provided by the fission of elements was large, it still couldn't compare to the mice energy nucleus. This technology was later used in the floating space tower. Later, the arcanists developed a more powerful elemental furnace technology, elemental fusion. The energy produced by elemental fusion was 10 times or 100 times more than elemental fission, but this technology was broken through too late. At the end of the war, this technology was born. The emergence of this technology didn't help the success of the Arcane Kingdom. The breakthrough of elemental fusion made the emergence of the super-large floating space city possible. However, the elemental furnace, elemental fission, and elemental fusion were all high-end information in the era of the Arcane Kingdom. Hathaway only knew a few words, and it was difficult to obtain this technology. It could only be studied slowly. In fact, Su Lin still had some information about elemental fission. He had obtained some superficial information about elemental fission from a relic when he was in the underground world. Su Lin checked the affairs of the northern citadel during this period. The little succubus Chrissy had handled it well. There were no mistakes in the city. After checking all the affairs, Su Lin began to think about how to open up new sources of income. One of the reasons why the northern citadel could be built so quickly was because of sufficient funds. He also wanted to install the arcane crystal rail cannon for the wizard tower. Although Su Lin didn't know how this thing was made, Su Lin knew that its value was certainly not low. First, he went to the warehouse. Su Lin stored the arcane gold coins he had obtained from the storage space, as well as the more than 300 magic gems he had found in the relic. These things were almost enough to cover the expenses of the wizard tower for a while. After leaving the warehouse, Su Lin went to the winery. The most popular product in the winery was vodka. However, although vodka was sold in large quantities, its price was slightly lower. The price of rum was higher, but the production of rum was low. Su Lin thought for a moment and decided to try to see if he could make perfume. The process of making perfume was actually not difficult. On one hand, it required a high concentration of alcohol, and on the other hand, it was a problem of spices. The high concentration of alcohol could be obtained by distillation. It was not difficult to make the utensils for distilling alcohol. Su Lin asked 2 skilled craftsmen to make a set according to his blueprint, and then through repeated distillation, a high concentration of alcohol was obtained. There were more types of spices. Spices could be extracted from various flowers, and then the extracted spices and alcohol were mixed according to a certain ratio. Then, a simple perfume could be obtained. It was not difficult to extract spices from flowers. The simplest way was to mash the flowers and filter them. Although the technology in this world was not as advanced as in his previous life, in many cases, the effect of spells was no weaker than that of technology, or even stronger. Chapter 408. North Town's Mysterious Territory. Many harpies were harvesting all kinds of flowers in the mysterious territory. The mysterious territory had been restored for almost a year. It was a world of difference from the barren and dilapidated state it was in at the beginning. The air was filled with the fragrance of flowers. There were 2 rows of tall trees on both sides of the straight road. In the distance, there were lush flower fields. On the other side of the flower fields, there were all kinds of strange plants. After such a long time of restoration, all kinds of magical plants had been planted in the planting area of the mysterious territory. Most of the magical plants bloomed. In order to make perfume, Su Lin planned to collect all kinds of flowers in the mysterious territory to make perfume. Perfume, or rather, perfume-like products, existed in this world. One of the more popular ones was the rose nectar produced in the kingdom of Caloranza. This rose nectar was very expensive. A small bottle of about 30 milliliters of rose nectar was sold for 50 gold nars. Of course, there were many other kinds of flower dews apart from rose dew. Su Lin had seen the rose dew. In fact, it was very similar to perfume. Su Lin's perfume did not have an absolute advantage. Therefore, he planned to mix the fragrance of the perfume while adding plant essential oils to the perfume. In his previous life, Su Lin had always been single. However, one of his friends deliberately learned how to make perfume and lipstick in order to chase his girlfriend. He then made the perfume and lipstick in the school's laboratory for the girl he liked. Since he was going to give the perfume and lipstick to someone, he could not use cheap materials. Therefore, he bought some rose oil and added it to the perfume and lipstick. In the end, the perfume and lipstick were indeed very good. This guy even asked Su Lin to help him. Therefore, Su Lin basically knew the process of making the perfume and lipstick. After making the perfume and lipstick, his friend excitedly ran to the girl's dormitory with the lipstick and perfume, ready to confess his love. He heard that the girl was very touched and encouraged him to continue working hard. Then she got into a Ferrari and left. Normal perfume was made with alcohol, some essence, and some retention agent. The retention agent was usually a spice. It was mainly used to balance and stabilize the perfume, making the perfume last longer. For example, musk, frankincense, and so on. As for those high-end perfumes, in addition to these, they usually add rose essential oil or other plant essential oils. Plant essential oil was very expensive. His friend bought a bottle of about 10 milliliters of it and spent 1,000 yuan. Rose essential oil was expensive because it was difficult to obtain. After the roses were picked in the morning, the yellowish-brown rose essential oil had to be extracted within 24 hours. It took about 5 tons of petals to extract 2 pounds of rose essential oil. It was easy to imagine why those high-grade perfume from Gauls were so expensive. Just a 50 milliliters bottle of perfume could be sold for a few thousand yuan. Northern Citadel didn't have a large area for roses, but there were a lot of flower fields in the secret territory. The largest one was the purple tulips. When Su Lin discovered the secret territory, there were already a lot of purple tulips here. Even now, these magic tulips were still flourishing. Aside from the purple tulips, there were also magic mandala flowers, purple lingling flowers, and many other magic plants. Apart from a few petals that could be used as magic materials, most of these magic plants didn't have any other uses. Su Lin planned to collect the flowers of these magic plants and extract their essential oil. After seeing the harpies collect a lot of petals, Su Lin began to extract the essential oil. Although this world didn't have the advanced machines of his previous world, most of the time, magic could also do this. The bloodline extraction runic array could not only extract bloodlines, but also other substances after some simple modifications. There was also a laboratory in the secret territory. Su Lin drew a modified extraction runic array in the laboratory. Then he placed the 100 kilograms of mandala flower petals in the center of the runic array. As soon as the 100 kilograms of petals were taken out, the surrounding air was filled with a rich floral fragrance. With a snap of his fingers, the energy channel of the laboratory opened and the energy of the elemental pool entered the laboratory. After connecting to the energy of the elemental pool, a light flashed and the runic array began to operate. The light gathered and the mandala flower petals in the runic array quickly disappeared. In a short while, all the mandala flower petals were engulfed by the light. Then, the runic array operated for 10 minutes before stopping. When all the light dissipated, the mandala flower petals that were originally placed in the runic array had all disappeared. Instead, they were replaced by a transparent liquid and some gray powder. The liquid was the mandala flower's essential oil. As for the powder, it was the waste of the essential oil extraction. After a snap of his fingers, Su Lin took out a crystal bottle and stored the mandala flower's essential oil. Compared to the amount of essential oil produced by the petals in his previous world, the amount of essential oil produced by the magic mandala flower was obviously higher. 100 kilograms of mandala flower petals produced a total of 200 milliliters of essential oil. The essential oil was transparent with a tinge of yellowish-brown. The fragrance of the essential oil was very strong. Su Lin let the system appraise it and checked its attributes. Mandala flower essential oil, the essential oil extracted from the magic mandala flower. It has a strong fragrance and can restore mental strength, detoxify, excite, and restore youth. Note, it needs to be diluted before use. After successfully extracting the mandala flower essential oil, Su Lin started to mix the perfume. The various spices in the northern city had already been prepared. Su Lin chose a few of them to mix. To be honest, this kind of work didn't suit him. However, he hadn't found a suitable candidate, so Su Lin could only make do for now. After dissolving the various spices with alcohol, he added a small amount of water. Finally, he added the mandala flower essential oil in a 10:1 ratio. After mixing evenly, a bottle of perfume was completed. Magical perfume, unnamed, a special perfume made from datura flower essence and other essences. The fragrance lasts for a long time. It has the effect of recovering MP, detoxifying, delaying aging, and restoring youth. Fragrance plus 20, stamina recovery plus 8, poison removal plus 10, charm plus 10, delaying aging plus 12, charm plus 20. Note, the perfume effect lasts for 7 days. Can be used 1010 times. After using the perfume, when casting charm or other spells on others, magic power plus 10. This perfume effect is not bad. Su Lin was a little surprised after seeing the effect. This perfume effect was surprisingly good. Not only did it have the effect of a perfume, but it also had the effect of slowing aging, charm, and detoxifying. After using this perfume, one's body would be buffed with a layer of buff. Sulen named this bottle of magic perfume Fatal Temptation. He then stored it in a natural purple magic crystal. Next, Sulen started to make the magic perfume again. After all, he had a lot of wives and 2 little maids. One bottle of perfume was not enough. Other than Chris, Hathaway, Alex, Phyllis, Angela, and the 2 little maids, Karina and Grace would definitely need the perfume too. In this way, Sulen would have to make at least 8 bottles of magic perfume. The good thing was that all the ingredients were prepared. As long as he followed the steps, he could easily make the perfume. However, Sulen did not want to make a perfume like Fatal Temptation, so he made some simple adjustments while making the perfume. Soon, the second bottle of magic potion was made. Sulen opened the system to identify it. This bottle of perfume was a little different from the previous bottle. This bottle of perfume had the same effect as the previous one, but the values were a little different. Next, Sulen started to experiment while making the perfume. After a few tries, he finally made the best perfume formula. Sulen stretched his body and looked at the magic perfume in front of him. This was no longer a simple perfume. Even if he wanted to sell it, the price would be very high. This thing could only be sold to the female wizards. If Sulen wanted to sell the perfume, he could only make a more ordinary version. The most important thing for this kind of magic perfume to have such a powerful effect was the ingredients. As long as he replaced the magical plants and flowers with ordinary plants and flowers, it would be fine. Next, Sulen used the same method to make a bottle of perfume with ordinary ingredients. Perfume, unnamed, a perfume made with datura flower essential oil and some other essences. The fragrance lasts for a long time. Fragrance overflow plus 15, charm plus 15, aphrodisiac plus 5. Note, the effect lasts for 3 days. Number of uses, 10/10. After seeing the attributes of the perfume, Sulen nodded in satisfaction. Although this perfume was not as good as the magic perfume, it was much better than the rose dew from the kingdom of Caloranza. He believed that as long as the noble ladies had used this perfume, they would not let it go. Sulen planned to sell this perfume. As for the magic perfume, he did not plan to sell it for the time being. However, after he decided to make the perfume, he would have to open up some flower fields in the northern city. There was a lot of fertile land outside the northern city. It would be a waste to use it to grow flowers. After some consideration, Sulen decided to open up a flower field near the Mirror Lake City. There was also a lot of land in the Mirror Lake City, but without the buff of the harvest altar, it was just right to grow flowers. After making the decision, Sulen ordered the refugees to open up 3,000 mu of land near the Mirror Lake City to grow flowers. Sulen purposely picked the plants, including roses, lavender, datura flowers, tulips, and more than a dozen other plants. These flowers were the most popular ones. Chapter 409. Is this the perfume you made? Does it really have the effects you said? Chris held an amethyst bottle and played with it curiously. Sulen smiled slightly and said, "Of course it does. If you don't believe me, you can try it yourself." But Chris immediately opened the crystal bottle and sprayed a few times on herself. "It smells so good." As soon as she sprayed it out, a pleasant fragrance filled the air. At the same time, Chris, who was already very beautiful, seemed to have a faint aura around her body at this moment. She became even more beautiful and looked charming. Even Sulen, who was used to seeing beauties, was a little dazed after seeing Chris's current appearance. After a few seconds, Sulen reacted. He snapped his fingers and a light flashed. Then, a water mirror as tall as a person appeared in the room. "Look at the effect. Is this the effect of the perfume?" Chris looked at her figure in the water mirror and said in surprise. "Of course." Sulen smiled slightly. Chris's figure instantly wrapped around Sulen like a beautiful snake. Then, she said with a charming face, "Master, do you have any more of this perfume? Give it all to me, okay?" As she spoke, she secretly touched Sulen's lower body with her small hand. "You are provoking a war. Don't beg for mercy when the time comes." Sulen raised his eyebrows and said, "Who's afraid of who? I will make you surrender tonight." Hearing Sullen's words, the little succubus said stubbornly, but the movement of her hands stopped. Although the little succubus's combat power was the best among the few girls, she was still defeated when facing Su Lin alone. This proud little succubus who liked to train her subordinates was a little guilty, but she didn't want to give up on the magic perfume. She said weakly, "Please, master." As she spoke, the little succubus said with a righteous expression, "And these perfume are the best for me to use. Besides, master is the one who enjoys it in the end." "Master, how about I help you deal with Hathaway? We succubi have a lot of skills that you haven't tried yet." "Okay, I'll give you another bottle of perfume." Looking at the little succubus in front of him, Su Lin held his forehead. "You sold Hathaway for a bottle of perfume. You are really arrogant. If Hathaway finds out, she will hang you up and spank your little butt." Su Lin shook his head and gave her another bottle of the magic perfume. In fact, it was easy for the little succubus who was good at talking to deal with Hathaway. "Thank you, master." The little succubus quickly snatched the bottle of perfume and glanced at Su Lin with satisfaction. She turned into a puff of smoke and disappeared. Su Lin shook his head and went to find the others with the rest of the perfume. They were all pleasantly surprised after using the great magic perfume Su Lin gave them. They were very satisfied with Sullen's gift. Hathaway even pestered Su Lin for the method of making the magic perfume. She wanted to try making some herself. The construction of the Martyr's Palace in northern Battlefront City was progressing very quickly. Due to the abundant manpower and equipment in northern Battlefront City, the difficulty of the construction had decreased by a lot. They could even ask for help from Lorraine and Andre if they needed to solve some difficult problems. The construction of the Martyr's Palace changed every day. According to the current progress of the project, it would only take a month or two to complete the magnificent Martyr's Palace. After patrolling the entire city, Su Lin left with 2 squads of soldiers. The one in charge was the commander of the sniper battalion, Kane. Due to the expansion of his territory and the construction of the new city, Su Lin sent out the heroes under his command. In order to ensure the safety of the new city, Su Lin sent Boulder and Johnson over. With the 2 of them there, even a legendary enemy wouldn't be able to withstand the attacks of 2 barbarians who had activated deity descent. Su Lin was now a Grand Duke. When he went out, he had the corresponding etiquette and guards. He couldn't go out alone. He didn't want to expose himself when he went to the Desert Kingdom to search for ruins, so he didn't bring anyone with him. Now that he was in his own territory, he couldn't do that. After leaving Northtown City, the group headed straight for Mirror Lake City. The road between Northtown City and Mirror Lake City was only slightly repaired. Su Lin frowned slightly. He planned to have the city hall repair the road when he returned. He planned to connect Mirror Lake City, New City, and Centaur City with roads starting from Northern Town City. The roads would be 4 meters wide, and all of them would have to be paved with stones or stone slabs. This way, even if it rained, the roads wouldn't become muddy and difficult to walk on. The construction of the roads in Northwind Duchy was a huge project. It would take a lot of time to complete. As Northwind Duchy grew stronger, so would his territory. The construction of new cities and roads would continue. This project might be even larger than the construction of Northtown. According to Su Luan's requirements, a 4-meter-wide roadside needed to be paved with stones or slates, and open space on both sides of the road needed to be cleared. In this era, it was equivalent to the highway in his previous life. This kind of project required a lot of manpower and funds. Currently, Beifeng Principality was using refugees and slaves. Now, they only needed to pay some food and points. However, 3 years later, the slaves and refugees would regain their freedom and become citizens of Beifeng Principality. At that time, it would cost even more money to hire them again. After building the roads, Su Lin was very clear about the cost. It was cheaper in the city, but in the wilderness, the further away from the city, the higher the cost. The cost of building a 1-kilometer-long road was already over 20,000 gold. This was because Northwind Duchy didn't need to buy many resources. It was no wonder that the lords weren't willing to spend money to build roads. Even if they wanted to build roads, they only needed to clear the weeds and fill in the roads. As for hardening the roads, only Su Lin would do that. Mirror Lake City was 50 kilometers away from Northtown City. Su Lin and his army arrived in the morning. In fact, if he let the Pegasus run, it would take less than 10 minutes to reach the city. However, although the horses the others were riding were also high-quality military horses, they were still worlds apart from the Pegasus. When they arrived at Mirror Lake City, the Pegasus snorted unhappily. It was clearly unhappy that Su Lin didn't let it run at full speed. Su Lin patted the Pegasus' head to calm it down. Then, under the guidance of Akam, the city lord of Mirror Lake City, they entered the city. Mirror Lake City was much smaller than Northtown City. According to the plan, the city's permanent population was set at 50,000. However, there were only 20,000 people in the city right now. The group quickly arrived at the city lord's mansion. The mansion wasn't big, and there were many places that hadn't been completed yet. Su Lin sat down in the main hall. "Master, welcome to Mirror Lake City," Akam said respectfully. Su Lin leaned back in his chair. The chair he was sitting on was covered in beautiful winter wolf fur. It was very soft. "Mirror Lake City has been developing well recently. It's all because of your leadership. No need to flatter me." Su Lin glanced at him. "You did this. If you didn't kill that legendary water spirit, Mirror Lake City wouldn't be able to develop. It's all because of you," Akam said firmly. Su Lin shook his head and didn't continue the topic. "Are there any other monsters around Mirror Lake City?" "My lord, ever since you killed the water demon last time, there have been no more powerful demonic beasts here. The ones with average strength have been taken care of by us. However, there are still some kobolds, goblins, and gnolls. Their numbers have been greatly reduced after our Mirror Lake City's army wiped them out. For this reason, we have an additional 2,000 slaves." "Good job." Su Lin nodded and continued. "We can't let down our guard around the city. Let the city guards clean up the area regularly to prevent those monsters from destroying the farms. I came to Mirror Lake City to see how much land has been reclaimed." "How much land has been reclaimed in Mirror Lake City?" "Mirror Lake City has reclaimed 14,000 acres of land. 10,000 acres have been planted with potatoes and wheat. The remaining 4,000 acres have just been reclaimed and haven't been planted yet," Akam said after thinking for a moment. Su Lin nodded and didn't say anything. The data was the same as what was on his system panel. "Don't plant the 4,000 acres of land yet. I have a use for it," Su Lin said. "Understood. I'll tell them not to plant it." Akam nodded and hesitated. "Master, what do you plan to plant?" "Plant flowers," Su Lin said calmly. "Flowers?" Akam frowned after hearing Su Lin's words. The other officials in Mirror Lake City were also surprised. However, this was Su Lin's decision and they could only follow it. "You don't think it's possible?" Su Lin took a sip of tea and said, "I'm sorry, Master. I don't understand why you want to plant flowers. Mirror Lake City can't be self-sufficient with food," Akam said. Su Lin nodded. He was satisfied with Akam's attitude. He took out a crystal bottle and placed it on the table. "This is the newest product that North Wind Principality has just developed. It's called perfume. It has the same effect as the rose dew from Colorama Kingdom. This perfume is very popular on the continent. To produce it, we need a lot of flowers. That's why I'm planning to plant flowers in Mirror Lake City." "Thank you for your explanation, Master," Akam said respectfully. "The production of perfume requires a lot of flowers. This will be another important product in Northtown City. Next, I will send you more men and more food." Chapter 410. Originally, Su Lin planned to plant 3,000 mu of land first, but he didn't expect that there were 4,000 mu of open land in Jinghu City. Then he planted all kinds of flowers, such as roses, jasmine, lavender, violets, tulips, datura, and so on. Mirror Lake City had plenty of water and sunlight, so it was very suitable for planting flowers. Su Lin asked the caravan to buy a lot of flowers for them to plant. It also took time for flowers to grow. In order to produce perfume, Su Lin asked people to collect some wildflowers first. Now it was the midsummer season, and wildflowers were everywhere in the wilderness. With some effort they could still pick a lot. After staying in Mirror Lake City for a day, Sulen brought people back to North Town City. Sulen picked a piece of land in North Town City and asked the workers to build a perfume factory there. It was called a factory, but it wasn't much bigger than a private workshop. However, a sparrow might be small, but it had all the essentials. The perfume Sulen was going to make wasn't difficult. The blacksmiths in North Town City could make all the tools they needed. Even if the blacksmiths couldn't make the tools, they could make one with magic. Sulen then arranged for some workers to learn the steps of making perfume. The workers in the winery purified the alcohol, and the materials were mixed in the factory. The only technical difficulty was the production of the flower essential oil, which needed to be extracted from runes. Fortunately, the amount of flower essential oil used wasn't a lot. Sulen only needed to spend some time to produce a dozen kilograms, and it would be enough for them to use for a long time. After everything was ready, the factory started to produce the perfume. The good perfume was all bottled in beautiful natural crystals. These crystals were of high quality, and after being polished by professional craftsmen, the bottles alone were worth a lot. In order to sell a product at a high price, other than the quality of the product itself, another important factor was the packaging. Just like in his previous life, during the Mid-Autumn Festival, there were all kinds of beautifully packaged mooncakes in the shopping malls. A box cost thousands of yuan, and there were only 5 or 6 mooncakes in it. The cost was at most a dozen yuan, but the packaging could instantly increase the price by dozens of times. If he wanted to sell the perfume at a high price, he naturally had to prepare beautiful packaging for it. It had to be the kind that looked expensive at first glance. When some of these perfumes were produced, Sulen would sell them. Currently, there were more than 30 caravans trading with North Town City, such as sugar and rum. Each of these caravans was backed by a great noble or a direct member of the royal family. There was no need to worry about the sales of such high-end perfume. As for the price, it was set at 50 kinar per bottle. Of course, considering that the perfume was a new product, the merchants were doubtful. Sulen gave them a condition. After buying 50 bottles of perfume, they could add 50 kilograms of sugar or 200 bottles of rum. Sulen had never released the sales of the goods that were in high demand in Northern Town City. Instead, they used a trading certificate system. In other words, they were selling them in limited quantities. It was hunger marketing. This method had been used by many merchants in his previous life. However, in this world, Sulen was the first to use it. The advantage of doing so was that their goods could be sold at a higher price. After all, if they were to sell freely, even if they had a lot of luxury goods like white sugar, they would become worthless. He did not intend to sell his sugar and rum at a cheap price. What good would it do him if it became cheap? Earn more money? Small profits but quick turnover? He would only do that if he lost his mind. He only needed to sell 1% of the perfume to make a huge profit. Why would he sell all of it to suppress the profits? No one was competing with him. This time, in order to increase the sales of the perfume, Sulen used the method of bundling sales. The merchants who wanted more sugar could only accept this method. The first batch of perfume produced 2,000 bottles. As long as each merchant bought 100 bottles, they could all be sold. Even if there were some left, Sulen would let the caravans in Northern Town City sell them. After the feedback, they would continue to produce the perfume. Even if they only sold 2,000 bottles of perfume per month, according to the price of 50 kinar, they could still bring in 100,000 kinar per month. It would take a lot of money to build a kingdom from poverty. Sulen had to keep making money. After handing over the perfume matter, Sulen had nothing to do and started to wander around the city. Because of the large number of adventurers who came to Northern Town City, these adventurers would often go to the wilderness to search for treasures. Therefore, there was a special market here. Occasionally, there would be some good stuff for sale. Sulen planned to try his luck at this market. Maybe he could find something useful. Since it was in the city, Sulen did not bring any guards with him. He went alone. This market used to be called the Black Market. It was located on the street next to the Mission Hall. Even the Black Market was under the supervision of Northern Town City. When Sulen arrived, there were still many people in the Black Market. There were stalls on both sides of the street. All kinds of strange items were piled up messily on the stalls. Some were materials from ferocious beasts, some were unknown things found in ancient ruins, and some were materials from magical plants or magical beasts. Of course, in addition to these, there were also some unscrupulous merchants selling all kinds of fake goods. For example, some merchants held a few pieces of metal and insisted that they were fragments of divine items. Some of them dug up porcelain jars from ancient ruins and insisted that they were magical equipment made by wizards. Some of them were even more ridiculous. They held some obsidian or polished bones and said that they were enchanted by wizards or shamans. They could protect themselves and drive away evil spirits. Sulen saw a guy like that in front of him who kept on recommending. This guy was not tall, less than 1.7 meters, but his body was very fat. His face was cunning, and he looked like a profiteer. If he was not a profiteer, it would be a pity for him to look like one. Hey, look at you. You're going on an adventure, aren't you? Don't go. I'm a proper merchant. I have a lot of things you need in the wilderness. Are you sure you don't want to take a look? Sulen did not want to talk to him. He was about to take a detour. However, the fat man was not discouraged. He turned around and continued to promote. You must be a new adventurer. The wilderness is not a safe place. You'll be at a disadvantage if you rush in like this. I have amulets here. They're enchanted by wizards and can drive away the undead. I also have holy water. Not only can it deal with monsters, but it can also heal injuries. Alright, there's also this. It's a wilderness survival guide. I spent a lot of money to hire over 100 adventurers who often go deep into the wasteland to write this book. It records the various monsters in the wasteland, the places where they often appear, and some dangerous areas. It's definitely worth the money. Wundern followed Sulen and kept on recommending all kinds of products. However, Sulen kept on walking and ignored him. Seeing this, Wendell gritted his teeth, trotted 2 steps to the front of Sulen, and directly blocked his way. He spread his feet, grabbed his collar with both hands, and then, like a perverted exhibitionist, directly lifted his clothes with a swish. Sulen was startled, thinking that he had encountered a pervert. He almost took out his storm battle halberd and smashed him away. As a result, after this guy opened his clothes, he found that the inside of his clothes was filled with all kinds of goods. What do you think? These are all my collections. Do you like any of them? Tell me and I'll sell them to you at a cheap price. I like you, so I'm selling them to you. Sulen glanced at them. They were either wood carvings, stone carvings, or things made of broken bones. He was about to leave when he suddenly felt a strange energy wave. Looking closely, it was a somewhat strange statue. This statue should be made of some kind of wood, but Sulen did not recognize it. The statue's carving was rough and looked like it was made by an apprentice. The statue looked like a priest who was kneeling and praying. However, the strange thing was that there was a hole in the statue's heart. Sulen felt that the statue in front of him contained a very strange energy, which gave Sulen a familiar feeling. You like this prayer amulet? You have a good eye. After Wundern noticed Sulen's gaze, his eyes lit up and he immediately took off the statue amulet. I asked a master to carve this prayer amulet, and then I took it to a senior priest of the Church of Light to bless it with divine spells. The effect is very strong. With this amulet, ghosts, skeletons, and undead will have to retreat. As he spoke, Wundern handed over the amulet. Sulen reached out and took it. The statue amulet did not feel rough like wood. On the contrary, its surface was very smooth, as if it was wrapped in a layer of paste. The statue was of a woman. The woman's eyes were closed slightly, as if she was praying. The corners of her mouth were slightly raised. She looked very peaceful, but it gave Sulen a strange feeling. The smile on the woman's mouth looked more like a mockery. Where did you get this statue? Sulen suddenly interrupted Wundern's chatter. I asked a master to carve this statue, and then I asked a priest of the Church of Light to bless it with divine spells. This is the best amulet I have. It only costs 5 kinnar. Sulen stared coldly at Wundern and did not speak. After seeing Sulen's gaze, Wundern smiled and then made a gesture. How about 4 kinnar? More? Then 3. Take it as a sign of friendship. This was blessed by the priest. 2.5 Kinar. I can't go any lower. You have to let me make some money. Wundern gritted his teeth and said. Chapter 4:11. Sulen threw him 3 Kinar and then asked, Tell me where you got this statue. Wundern quickly used the Kinar, and even the rogue couldn't keep up with his speed. Then he put it in his mouth and bit it with his black and yellow teeth. You really have good taste. This amulet of mine is from, don't say that again, or I'll let the city guards send you to prison. Seeing that he was about to speak, Sulen reminded him coldly. What bullshit priest's blessing? Although there were energy fluctuations on it, it was definitely not a priest's blessing. And Sulen suspected that this guy didn't even know that there was energy on the statue. Wundern opened his mouth, but after seeing Sulen's cold eyes, he obediently swallowed the next words back into his stomach. After hesitating for a moment, he said, I accidentally picked up this amulet. Where did you pick it up? Sulen asked. On the road outside the city. Sulen was silent for a while. It was not easy to find the owner of this statue if he picked it up outside the city. After confirming that he couldn't get any useful information, Sulen waved at the city guards not far away, and 2 city guards immediately came over. Arrest him and send him to prison. The crime is selling fake goods. Yes, sir. Sir, please don't, sir, I was blind, I didn't know it was you, I'll give you the money, please let me go this time. After seeing the city guards coming over, Wundern already felt that something was wrong, but before he could escape, he was directly captured. Sulen waved his hand and motioned to take him away. After dealing with the profiteer, Sulen didn't want to continue shopping and left the market with the statue he just bought. After returning, Sulen took the statue directly to the wizard tower and then found Hathaway. Aren't you making perfume? How come you have time to find me? Hathaway took off her gold-rimmed glasses and said, Look at this thing. Sulen took out the statue and said, Hathaway took the statue in Sulen's hand and looked at it, and said hesitantly, This is evil god's statue? Sulen nodded. It should be, the power in it should be the evil god's divine power. Where did you get it? Is there an evil god in the territory? Hathaway said solemnly, I bought it from a profiteer. According to him, it was picked up outside the city. Sulen poured himself a cup of black tea. So you want to find the original owner of this statue? Hathaway immediately understood Sulen's plan. Sulen nodded and said, Now, we can only try your object-seeking spell. The object-seeking spell also belonged to the divination school, and it was widely used. It could be used to find people based on some objects or even auras. Of course, this spell could only find the general location, and if the other party was also proficient in divination spells, it was likely to be detected and even interfered with. Okay, I'll prepare it now. Hathaway nodded and agreed. Then, Hathaway cast the object-seeking spell on the statue. A light flashed, and Hathaway frowned slightly. After a while, she opened her eyes and shook her head. The object-seeking spell didn't work. No reaction? Sulen was a little surprised. Hathaway was a little unwilling to give up, so she cast the object-seeking spell again. The result was the same as last time, and she still didn't get any answer. The object-seeking spell didn't work. Did the owner of this thing find out and make preparations in advance? Sulen asked. Hathaway shook her head and said, No. Even if the owner of this statue was proficient in divination spells and made preparations in advance, the object-seeking spell would only show an uncertain answer, but not a blank. Then what does this mean? Sulen asked. There are only 2 reasons for a blank. One is that this item doesn't have an owner, and the other is that the owner of this item isn't in this world. Isn't in this world? Sulen's eyes narrowed. You mean, this item was thrown here by the evil god? That's most likely the case. Hathaway nodded. In order to gain believers, the evil god will do everything possible to put his power into the main material plane. This statue is his bait. This statue will gradually affect the mind of the person who picks it up. In the process, it will subtly influence and tempt the person, and in the end, It will develop the person into its own believer. Ordinary people will be affected after picking it up for 3 to 5 days. Then they will gradually become its believers. Are there many of these things? Sulin picked up the statue and asked. In fact, it's not easy for the evil god to send this thing in, so there are very few of them. Hathaway smiled and said, "You should know about the plane's rejection. It's usually very difficult for gods or creatures from the lower plane, upper plane, or astral plane to enter the main material plane. The evil gods instill some power in these statues, and then spend a lot of effort to secretly send these statues to the main material plane. This way they cultivate believers. When the number of believers is enough, they will even secretly set up a church and perform a large number of sacrifices. They can obtain the evil god's power through sacrifices. Later, they can guide the evil god's clone to descend, or even the evil god himself may descend." Su Lin nodded. Under normal circumstances, the evil gods would not descend with their real bodies. The main material plane suppressed them greatly. Usually, a part of their clone would descend to harvest flesh and blood, souls and faith, and then strengthen themselves. Under normal circumstances, it was very difficult for the evil gods, demons, devils, angels, and oracles to descend to the main material plane. The usual method was to let the believers in the main material plane use magic circles to summon them. Only with the cooperation of these believers or summoners could they come to the main material plane. This was a kind of self-protection of the main material plane. They should be grateful for this kind of protection. Otherwise, the main material plane would have become a battlefield long ago. Demons and devils were very eager for the many souls in the main material plane. They wanted to enter the main material plane all the time, and it was obvious that the evil god was the same. "I should know this evil god," Sulin said as he played with the statue in his hand. "You know it?" Hathaway was a little surprised. "Of course. What do you think is special about this statue?" Sulin pointed at the statue and said. Hathaway observed it carefully and said, "The heart. There's a hole in the statue's heart." "Yes, this statue is very likely that old friend of mine, the Heartless." Sulin smiled. The cultists he had annihilated last time were the cultists of the Heartless. After he discovered that the cultists were causing trouble in northern Garrison City, he directly dealt with them all. Even the cultist's avatar that the Heartless had sent down at that time had been destroyed by Sulin. Not only did it leave him with a lot of experience, but it also gave him divinity. Back then, the evil god had unwillingly left an evil god mark on Sulin. Clearly, this time, it was very likely that it had sent this statue near North Town City because of the evil god mark. "What do you plan to do with this?" Hathaway asked. Sulin smiled mysteriously. "I have my ways." He snapped his fingers lightly, picked up the evil god statue, and left the wizard tower. Sulin already had an idea about the use of this evil god statue. He was prepared to help this evil god establish a heartless church and let those people believe in him. Of course, this wasn't because Sulin was crazy. He was planning to raise pigs. Since the Heartless was preparing to recruit believers, harvest faith, and souls, Sulin would help him grow. After growing to a certain extent, he could summon the evil god clone of the Heartless. An evil god clone was a good thing. Killing such a clone would not only give a lot of experience, but more importantly, divinity. The evil god clone contained divinity, which was something that could be desired but not sought. Under normal circumstances, it was very difficult to obtain divinity. In the material plane, there were too few creatures with divinity, and these creatures were very powerful. It was not easy to find these creatures with divinity. Many of them had powerful allies, such as unicorns. Unicorns lived in the elf forest and were protected by the elves. Now that Sulin had discovered the evil god clone, he naturally planned to give it a try. Of course, Sulin had never heard of anyone providing believers for the evil god. This method was very dangerous. The evil god was a very powerful creature. Once this happened, it would be easy to fail. The evil god clone was not stupid. Sulin had to be careful. The evil god clone was not weak. It would not be easy to kill it and steal its divinity. After thinking for a while, Su Len went to the place where the slaves were kept in northern town city. Most of the Guan Yadong here were goblins, kobolds, gnolls, and some orcs. Su Len was not that cold-blooded to let other humans become believers of the evil god. Plus, northern town city was severely underpopulated. He would not send people to their deaths. So, he planned to use goblins, kobolds, and gnolls as believers of the evil god. As for whether the evil god had any objections, it was not within Sullen's consideration. The evil god would not care so much as long as there were believers providing him with faith power. There were a lot of kobolds and gnomes in northern Battlefront City. There were around 50 to 60,000 of them. Selecting a few hundred of them to become believers of the evil god and provide energy for the evil god was a piece of cake. It could be done easily. Su Luen selected some kobolds and goblins, a total of 500 people. Then he locked these goblins and kobolds together with the evil god statue. According to the evil god statue's ability, these people would be influenced by it in a few days and finally become believers of the evil god, providing the evil god with the power of faith. Chapter 412. Establish a Cthulhu church? Su Len wasn't familiar with this business. What should he do? It wouldn't be easy to make those kobolds, gnomes, or gnolls become believers of the heartless Cthulhu god. In this world, he hadn't joined a church and believed in the gods, so he didn't know much about the god's method of recruiting believers. Now that he was recruiting believers for the Cthulhu god, he didn't know where to start. Cthulhu church, isn't that a cult? Su Len clapped his hands and immediately thought of something. Cults existed in his previous life too. Back then, there was a huge scandal. There was also a similar type of pyramid scheme. These cults and pyramid schemes were simply brainwashing. Su Len found 500 gnomes and kobolds and chose one to be the priest of the Heartless Church. Then he gave him the statue. Su Len didn't have to do anything. In a few days, he would become a believer of the Cthulhu god. My name is Hall, and I'm a kobold. At first, I lived in the wilderness with my companions. Every day, we were busy avoiding enemies and searching for food. Ever since I was born, I've never had a full day. Later, we heard that there was a lot of food near the river, so we came here to survive. As expected, after we came to the river, there was a lot of food growing in the soil. My companions and I felt full for the first time. The feeling of our stomachs being filled was wonderful. But when we were resting, a group of powerful humans rushed over and we became captives. My companions and I were brought to a tall and magnificent city. Every day we would have to move rocks, dig fields, and do all kinds of work. Every day, we would be exhausted. Although I wasn't used to it at first, I soon felt that this kind of life was actually quite good. Because I didn't have to worry about being hungry every day, and I didn't have to worry about being attacked by wild beasts when I slept at night. I felt that I was really lucky. I thought that I would live like this for the rest of my life, but the following changes changed my life. That day, my companions and I were brought to another place by humans. We didn't have any work, just rest. We didn't have to work, and we even had food. It was so blissful. Right when I was eating, I found a statue on the side of the road. I don't know who left it there, but since I, Hull, found it, it's mine. On the second day after I picked up the statue, I woke up early in the morning and felt my mind clear up. Last night, I actually had a dream where I became the master of all the kobolds. Every day, all the kobolds would bring me the best food, and the most beautiful kobolds would be free for me to choose from. This feeling was amazing. But what was that mindlessness? Can he give me these things? On the third day, I was actually chosen by God. It was incredible. I was actually chosen by God as a believer. As long as I believed in him, I could get everything I wanted. What was there to consider? I was his believer. Es God. How? Su Luen looked at the kobold he had chosen. After becoming a believer of the evil god, he was clearly different from ordinary kobolds. The most obvious difference was that this kobold had become smarter, and he had even started to preach to other kobolds. However, it seemed that his preaching wasn't very effective. It seemed that he needed Su Luan's help. Su Lin hadn't been idle these days. He summarized all the cults and pyramid schemes in his previous life, as well as some ancient religions, methods of recruiting followers, and wrote a guide for preaching. The guide mainly talked about the methods of preaching, brainwashing. The simplest and most effective method of preaching, brainwashing, was pyramid schemes. Speaking of which, Su Lin had encountered one in his previous life. One of his cousins had been tricked into one. Other than eating and sleeping, all he did was go to class. He talked about success, hard work, and the future. To put it bluntly, it was nothing more than a pie in the sky. Su Lin planned to let the Cobalt Hall do this. He went to find Hathaway first and told her his plan. Hathaway frowned and hesitated. "You're helping the evil god recruit followers. Have you thought about the consequences if you lose control? That evil god of the heartless, can he really come?" Su Lin pursed his lips. The evil god wasn't like the other gods. If others knew that he dared to come, a large group of legendary professionals and priests from various churches would rush over. Divinity was a rare resource. An evil god carried a lot of divinity. If he dared to come in person, he would be courting death. Even the gods would send their avatars to snatch it. Su Lin couldn't wait for the evil god to come in person. Even if he doesn't come in person, he can still cause trouble, Hathaway said after hesitating for a while. Su Lin patted his chest and promised, "Don't worry, I'm ready. There won't be any problems." "Okay, what do you want me to do?" Seeing that Su Lin insisted, Hathaway could only agree. "It's very simple. Don't you know suggestion and memory weaving? Give the kobold some knowledge for preaching and let him do what we want," Su Lin said with a smile. The effect of suggestion was similar to hypnotism. It could make people do things according to the spellcaster's requirements unknowingly. Of course, this didn't mean that this spell could be used to do whatever one wanted. Even if there was suggestion, it couldn't make people do things that were too unreasonable. However, after the spell was combined with memory weaving, it wasn't difficult to imbue a kobold with knowledge and memories unknowingly. Moreover, after the memory was imbued, the kobold would only think that he had received a gift from the gods. The gods had given him knowledge, and he wouldn't think that someone had done it on purpose. "Okay, let's do it tonight. I'll cast hypnotism on them later and weave their memories," Hathaway said. Soon, when it was dark, Hathaway and Su Lin went to the camp where the goblins and kobolds were. They cast hypnotism on the kobolds and goblins in the camp. Su Lin found the kobold named Hall, and Hathaway began to cast memory weaving on him. Memory weaving was a very difficult spell to perform. After all, the brain and soul were very delicate. If one wasn't careful, it was easy to turn them into idiots. Fortunately, Su Lin didn't want to impart much knowledge this time. After some effort, Hathaway successfully imbued the knowledge into Hall's memory. Under the effect of suggestion, when the kobold woke up the next day, he would think that he had received a divine revelation at night and that the gods had blessed him with this knowledge. As expected, early the next morning, the kobold Hall announced that he had received a divine revelation as soon as he woke up. He had become the messenger of the gods, and those who believed in him would receive the gods' blessings. Su Lin also asked the guards to cooperate with the kobold Hall and hand the food of the kobolds and goblins to Hall for distribution. With the authority to distribute the food, Hall easily made the kobolds and goblins obey him. Next, Hall began to preach. The mortal world is like a prison, and all living beings suffer. In the void hometown, everyone is equal. There is a god descending from the heavens, Wuxin Patriarch. Followers of the Wuxin Patriarch, as long as you believe in the Wuxin Patriarch, you can eat your fill every day. You don't have to starve or be oppressed by others. You can also enjoy the offerings of others and enjoy the things that only humans can enjoy. Why are we oppressed and enslaved? Are we born like this? No, it's the oppression of others, but we can't resist. Only by believing in the Wuxin Patriarch, the gods will give us power and bring disaster to our enemies. Learning medicine can't save the kobolds and goblins. Only the Wuxin Patriarch can save us. Open your eyes and take a look. We have reached the most dangerous moment. If we don't believe in the Wuxin Patriarch, no one will care about our lives. Comrades, friends, fellow believers, Wake up, as long as we unite and believe in the Wuxin Patriarch, nothing in this world can stop us. Are you sure there's nothing wrong with what he said? Hathaway and Sulen stood not far away and looked at the kobolds and goblins in the camp who were surrounding the kobold in the middle with fanatical expressions. Sulen glanced at her and said, I think it's great. Look, those kobolds and goblins have now become believers of that evil god. That's not what I'm talking about. Hathaway glared at him. I know what you mean. Do you think these kobolds and goblins can succeed if they want to rebel? Sulen said with pursed lips. Judging from their fanaticism, they must have provided a lot of power of faith. In a few days, the evil god will begin to give back to the believers. Be careful, don't let those churches find out. Those churches will never tolerate the evil god. Be careful, they might come after you when the time comes. Hathaway said with pursed lips. Don't worry, everything has been arranged, Sulen said with a nod. That's good. By the way, how long do you think it will take for the evil god to come looking for you? Hathaway asked. I'm not sure about that either. Why don't we wait until it's about time and force him to descend? It's up to you, just remember to inform me when the time comes. Under normal circumstances, the evil god was very vengeful and would usually take revenge. Sulen had killed its church and its clone, and finally took away its divinity, which was a great humiliation for an evil god. After accumulating enough power, he could not wait to send his divine power incarnation to seek revenge on Sulen. You said you helped the evil god establish a church? He won't thank you. Chapter 4:13. The Heartless Church developed quickly. It only took a few days for the kobolds and goblins to become believers of the Heartless. Hall became the leader of these 500 kobolds and goblins, as well as the Pope of the Heartless Church. Hall even became a fanatic believer. Even the other kobolds and goblins had a few devout believers. Of course, most of the kobolds and goblins were shallow believers. However, with Sulen's brainwashing method, Hall only needed some time to cultivate a few devout believers among the 500 kobolds and goblins. Hundreds of devout believers and a few hundred ordinary believers provided a lot of faith power. Moreover, the evil god liked blood sacrifices. If these believers were sacrificed, the evil god would gain a lot of power. Sulen ordered people to keep a close eye on the kobolds and goblins. He didn't pay attention to them for now. With the church, the next step was to develop slowly. When the pigs were fattened up, they could be slaughtered. Right now, the pigs were at most a little piglet. Sulen had spent so much effort, how could he not make a profit? North Town City. This month's white sugar sales had begun again. The managers of more than 20 caravans were all present. Everyone was chatting and laughing in the hall. At this time, a middle-aged man walked in. After seeing this person, all the merchants immediately stood up and surrounded him. Manager Zeon, you're here. Please take a seat. Manager Zeon, this is the superior divine oil I brought from the desert kingdom. It can strengthen your body and cure all diseases. Manager Zeon. The group of people fawned over him. Zeon waved at them and went to the main seat in the room. He said, You're all old friends. There's no need for these things. Let's discuss the quota for this transaction. The merchants immediately quieted down and sat obediently in their seats. Zeon glanced around. When he saw that everyone was present, he said, Due to some technical reasons, the white sugar production this time has decreased compared to last month. Therefore, this month's quota has also decreased. Master Zeon, how much did it decrease? We're all counting on the white sugar to make money. That's right, Master Zeon. We've lost money this time. We're just waiting for the white sugar to recoup our losses. We can't decrease the quota. As soon as they heard that the amount of white sugar had been reduced, the merchants below instantly went into an uproar. For a moment, the entire room was in an uproar. Quiet! Quiet! Jean shouted loudly, but the merchants were all in a hurry and didn't pay attention to Jean's words. Seeing this situation, Jean frowned slightly and then shouted, Whoever makes any more noise will be disqualified from purchasing this month. His share will be divided equally among the remaining people. As soon as he finished speaking, the noisy scene instantly quieted down. All the merchants seemed to have become mute. The whole scene was a little strange. Let me finish. Jean glanced at everyone and continued, this time, the production has decreased. Everyone's share has been reduced to 2/3. Hearing that a third of their share had been reduced, the merchants were in an uproar. However, as Jean's gaze swept over them, they immediately became well-behaved. However, considering that you and our Beifeng Principality are old friends, we naturally won't ignore it. Xian smiled. The Lord has given the order that we can take out some white sugar from our warehouse and sell it at the same price. Only then did the merchants breathe a sigh of relief. However, the rest of the white sugar is not something you can buy as you wish. Jean's words caused the merchants who had just breathed a sigh of relief to worry again. Don't worry, we don't intend to raise the price. However, there is a condition for buying the white sugar. What condition? The merchants didn't let down their guard. It's very simple. If you want to buy the white sugar, you have to first buy another product. Jean took out a beautiful amethyst bottle and then slammed it on the table. Perfume. Perfume? What's that? Hearing Jean's words, the merchants looked at the amethyst bottle with some confusion. This is a new product that we have developed. It's very popular with women. Jean picked up the perfume bottle and opened it. A pleasant floral fragrance filled the air. This is flower dew? One of the merchants asked. This is perfume. The effect is higher than flower dew. The fragrance is stronger and lasts longer, Jean said with a smile. Then, Sir Jean, how much is this perfume? And how much is the share of white sugar after buying the perfume? Another merchant asked. The price of a bottle of perfume is 50 kinar. You can buy half a kilogram of white sugar. Sir Jean, this price is a little high. 50 kinar. It's much more expensive than flower dew. One bottle can only buy half a kilogram. That's too little. Hee, this is the Lord's decision. I have no right to change it. If you don't want to buy it, then don't buy it. We can't force you to buy it. We, the Northern Town City, are honest merchants. We definitely won't force you to buy or sell. Jean said righteously. When the merchants heard Jean's words, they were speechless. What was that saying again? I've never seen such a shameless person before. This time, there are only 2,000 bottles of perfume, so there's only 2,000 kilograms of white sugar. Buy it if you've made up your mind. Sir Jean, I want to buy 200 bottles of perfume and 200 kilograms of white sugar. I want 100 bottles of perfume and 100 kilograms of white sugar. I also want 100 bottles of perfume and 100 kilograms of white sugar. After hearing that there were 2,000 kilograms of white sugar, these people didn't delay any longer. They all shouted that they wanted to buy it. The 2,000 bottles of perfume were sold out. After completing the transaction, Jean excitedly went to report to Su Lin. After hearing that the 2,000 bottles of perfume were sold out, Su Lin was also very happy. He ordered the factory to start production. Su Lin was very confident in the perfume. When the next time came, these people would probably rush to buy it. The construction of the new city had begun. Currently, there were more than 3,000 people living nearby. When the construction of the new city began, some merchants came here to establish a foothold. When Su Lin arrived, the entire construction site was in full swing. It was a scene of prosperity. The scale of the new city was directly built to accommodate 50,000 people. Now that the Northern Town City had enough manpower, they didn't have to build it step by step like before. They could complete it in one go. The new city was built according to the blueprint. The first things to be built were the residential buildings and the city walls. These two buildings would be completed before winter. The construction of the entire city was quite boring. This time, for the construction of the new city, all kinds of materials were prepared. There were a lot of bricks. After this period of development, the brick factory in the Northern Town City had expanded again. The production had more than doubled. With bricks, the amount of work could be reduced. At least, they didn't have to use soil to build. If this work was done by an ordinary lord, except for the city lord's mansion, the other places would probably use soil. This way, the construction time would be greatly increased. Very few people would use a lot of bricks to build the city walls. As for ordinary houses, they were directly built with soil and wood. Only the rich merchants and nobles would use bricks. Most of the city walls were wrapped with a layer of bricks on the outside and rammed earth on the inside. The strength of this kind of city wall was lower than bricks. However, if the rammed earth city wall was strictly made according to the rules, the city wall's hardness wouldn't be bad. However, very few nobles would do so. Sulen naturally wouldn't skimp on the work. The construction of the city had strict standards. Only a rich person like him would use a lot of bricks. Sulen even planned to use mud to stone to fuse all the bricks into a whole city after these city walls were built. In the royal city of Florence. Since King Henry was seriously ill, the atmosphere in the city had become more and more strange and tense. The most likely to obtain the throne were the eldest prince and the second prince. The two of them controlled nearly 80% of the entire city's forces, and the rest was controlled by various nobles. Less than 10% of the army was controlled by the third prince. At this time, the third prince, Daniel, was listening to his subordinates' report with a gloomy face. "You mean His Majesty has been in a coma for 2 days?" "Yes, the eldest prince and the second prince's men have surrounded the palace and don't allow anyone to get close. We also got some information from several nobles. Go and call the Shadow Walker." The third prince, Daniel, clenched his fist and slammed it on the desk, leaving a deep dent on the hard desk. He hadn't seen the king for more than a month. The eldest prince and the second prince cooperated very tacitly and blocked all the other princes except for them. Daniel knew that they had even made a private decision to imprison or put the others under house arrest before making a move. This was to prevent others from picking the fruits of their labor while the two of them were fighting until the victor was decided. Just outside his mansion, there was always someone watching him. "Sir." A figure shrouded in darkness appeared in the room. Immediately spread the news that the eldest prince has the support of the wizards. "I must let my good second brother know. This way, he will be scared and panic, and it is very likely that he will act first at all costs. As long as they start a war, no matter who wins or loses, they will suffer heavy losses. This is my chance. They already control more than 70% of the power in the city. If we let them continue, we won't even have a chance to survive. Get people ready. Once one side becomes weak, help the other side and weaken their strength as much as possible. My father doesn't have much time left. Only I am qualified to inherit that position." Chapter 4:14. Hurry up, don't think of slacking off. You bunch of lazy bums, you should be grateful. If it wasn't for the Great North Wind Duchy, you would have starved to death in the wilderness. A kobold shouted at the other kobolds and goblins with a whip in his hand. "You? Yes, I'm talking to you. Don't slack off, or I'll cancel your food for today. Also, the kobolds in your group will have their food reduced by half. Hurry up, this section of the wall must be completed before dinner, or else you won't have any food left." The kobolds who were being reprimanded sped up their work when they heard that they wouldn't have any food to eat. Even the kobold who had slacked off earlier did the same. If he completed the task today, he would at least get some leftovers. If he didn't, he would probably be beaten to death by the kobolds in his group. This was not impossible. One had to know that it was normal for 1 or 2 kobolds to die in the wilderness. Buttface, don't be so harsh. As long as they can complete 80% of the work, they'll be allowed to eat, a human supervisor beside him said with a smile. "You're right, Lord Boar. You're too kind. Your glorious image is a role model for us to follow. No matter how hard we lowly kobolds work, we can't compare to you." Buttface immediately turned into a bootlicker. His flattery made people blush. "If you ask me, we should be stricter towards these kobolds. Otherwise, they won't know how hard it is for them to work. If it wasn't for our North Wind Duchy, these kobolds would have frozen to death when winter came. The North Wind Duchy saved them. I'm guiding them to repay the debt of gratitude." Sulen stood on a high ground and naturally noticed the situation not far away. The practice of using kobolds and goblins as supervisors was from the experience gained during the construction of the North Town. Compared to the humans, these kobold and goblin supervisors were very capable. Compared to the humans, these kobold and goblin supervisors were more demanding. The construction progress was usually 15% to 20% faster. Of course, there was another advantage. This practice placed the humans in the position of arbitrators. The ones oppressing the kobolds and goblins were their own supervisors and had nothing to do with the humans. If the supervisors were too oppressive, the humans could remove the supervisor and slightly improve the treatment of the kobolds and goblins. Then, they would continue to be oppressed and exploited. From the North Town to now, the humans were very familiar with this process. Your Excellency! Your Excellency! A young man dressed as a messenger shouted and rushed to the construction site. Just when he was 10 meters away from Su Luan, 2 soldiers of the formation breaker stopped him. I have urgent news for you, Your Excellency. After the messengers of the messenger was the messenger's messenger, and the seal and the wax on it was undamaged. Only then did the messengers of pass. The messenger. Of the seal and wax of Teet. Estiv of T. Teet, ask. Got it. Su Lin turned and left the construction site with his men. He left a few people to pack up. The others followed Su Lin back to the North Town. The letter didn't say too much. It only told Su Lin that something had happened in the Florentine and asked him to go back as soon as possible. Although the letter didn't explain exactly what had happened, Su Lin had some guesses in his heart. The king of Florence was not young. When Su Lin was still in the south, he had heard that the king's health was not very good. Now that he was told that something had happened in this, wasn't the reason obvious? Could it be that the king knew he was about to pass away, and for the sake of a smooth transition of power he deliberately asked Su Lin to support him? Su Lin pondered in his heart as he rode to the North Town. It was already afternoon when he arrived at the North Town. Su Lin rushed all the way back. After entering the city, he went straight to the palace without delay. Phyllis had been waiting anxiously in the palace for a long time. When she saw Su Lin coming back, she immediately threw herself into Su Lin's arms. She couldn't hold back the tears in her eyes anymore. Su Lin, my father is seriously ill and in a coma. Phyllis, don't worry too much. There are several bishops and pastors in the capital. They will help. Su Lin comforted Phyllis as he patted her on the back. In fact, even Su Luan himself didn't believe it. Although priests could heal injuries, they didn't have a good way to deal with birth, old age, illness, and death. King Henry's life should be coming to an end, and magic would basically be useless unless the gods intervened. Or rare treasures such as the Fountain of Youth or the Fountain of Life appeared. Otherwise, he could only die bit by bit. Su Lin, I want to go back and see my father and mother. Can you come with me? Phyllis raised her head and said with tears in her eyes. It's okay. We will go to the capital as soon as possible. Su Lin reached out and wiped away Phyllis's tears. Thank you. Because they needed to go to the capital as soon as possible, Su Lin and Phyllis didn't bring too many people. There were barbarian guards, spear guards, and human and half-elf archers. There were a total of 200 people. This time, only Su Lin and Phyllis went with them. Hathaway and Chris stayed in the North Town to take care of all kinds of things. Originally, Su Lin planned to use the teleportation circle to go directly. However, he didn't have the coordinates of the capital of Florence. If he used the teleportation circle forcefully, there would be a big error. Therefore, he had to bring many guards with him on horseback. It would take less than 20 days to go from the North Town to the capital of Florence. They didn't bring much supplies, and each of them rode 2 horses. Of course, they were fast. It took Phyllis more than a month to go from the capital to the North Town. Of course, if Su Lin and Phyllis rode the Pegasus directly, it would probably take them 1 or 2 days to get there. After arranging things in the North Wind Duchy, Su Lin set off with Phyllis. The 200 soldiers followed them and left the North Town. It wasn't difficult for Su Lin and the soldiers in the north town to travel by force. With their physical fitness, they could still endure it. Su Lin was a little worried about Phyllis. Perhaps it was because she had awakened the bloodline of the Red Dragon. Although the journey was very tiring, she still persevered. Just as Su Lin and the others were moving toward the capital of Florence, Marquis Savoy, who was far away in Colt, also received the news that King Henry was seriously ill. He knew more than Su Lin. As someone who also had the right to inherit the kingdom and wanted to replace the Henry family as the new royal family, Marquis Savoy paid more attention to the capital than anything else. Not only did he know that King Henry was seriously ill, but he also knew that the two princes were rubbing their hands together and preparing to kill each other. Henry is finally going to die. God is blessing the Savoy family. Marquis Savoy happily walked back and forth in the study. His excitement was indescribable. He took a few steps to the wine cabinet next to him, took down a bottle of precious Helen wine, and poured himself a glass. The bright red wine emitted a rich wine aroma. Savoy smelled it a little intoxicated. He then took a sip and lay down comfortably on the sofa next to him. This old fox must be regretting it to death. Savoy chuckled. You were able to get Duke Northwind to support you last time. What can you do now that your two sons are fighting each other? When both sides are injured, it will be the time for the Savoy family to rise. I really have to thank Duke Northwind. His potion made me a dozen years younger and made me a legend. Chaos, chaos. I will clean up the mess when the time comes. That will be the day when the Savoy family replaces the Henry family as the new royal family of the kingdom. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks on the door interrupted Marquis Savoy's reverie. Come in, Marquis Savoy said in a good mood. Father, the army has gathered and is on standby, Vader said respectfully. You've done well. This is the best opportunity for the House of Savoy. Once we move into the capital and replace the Henry family, you will be the first heir of the Kingdom of Florence. The Marquis of Savoy said excitedly. Vader was also very excited when he heard his father's words. With his father's words, he didn't have to worry about his brothers fighting for the throne. However, he couldn't let his guard down. It would be best if he could find an opportunity to send his brothers away. Only then would he be absolutely safe. However, Vader didn't realize that his father, Marquis Savoy, had successfully become a legendary warrior. According to the lifespan of a legendary master, although a warrior's lifespan wasn't as long as a spellcaster's, it was still 200 years. In other words, as long as he wasn't killed, he could sit on the throne for 150 years. As the heir of the Marquis of Savoy, Vader could only wait patiently for 150 years. No, he couldn't wait that long. Vader was just a warrior. He might not even be able to endure 50 years, let alone 150 years. How could there be a crown prince who could live for 150 years? In a world of 150 years, Vader's grandson's grandson would be 40 years old by then, and Vader would only be a pile of bones. In his excitement, Vader didn't realize that even if the Savoy family replaced the Henry family as the royal family, he would never be able to become king. Chapter 4:15. Father, what do you plan to do with the Duke of Northwind? Vader asked softly. When I attended the founding ceremony of the Northwind Duchy, the Duke of Northwind was not only a legendary knight, but he also had a legendary witch as his partner. No one could ignore a powerful legendary wizard, not to mention that Hathaway had a wizard tower. Su Lin did not deliberately hide information about Hathaway, so after the founding of the Northwind Duchy, information about Hathaway had already spread. She was a legendary wizard, and a witch at that. There weren't many wizards in the first place, and even fewer legendary witches. Many wizards believed that the children of wizards and wizards had a higher chance of becoming a wizard. Although there was no direct evidence for this, if the parents were wizards, the chances of the children having the potential to become a wizard were very high. Among the wizards, the number of witches had always been lower than the number of wizards. Therefore, the requirements for a witch to choose a spouse were relatively high. Moreover, a legendary witch's lifespan was relatively long, far longer than any close combat profession. Therefore, a legendary witch's requirements for choosing a spouse were even higher. Those who were not strong enough would not even be considered. There was a very real problem. When she was still in her prime, her spouse would become old. This was a situation that not many people would accept. As a legendary warrior, Sulen was able to have a legendary witch as his partner. This was very rare in the entire continent. The Duke of Northwind's rise is too fast. Savoy shook his head helplessly. He originally thought that he had the confidence to become the new ruler of the Kingdom of Florence after becoming a legendary, but now it seemed that he still needed the support of the Duke of Northwind. How much do you know about the Duke of Northwind's preferences? Father, according to the information I've gathered, the Duke of Northwind likes beautiful women. His duchesses are all great beauties. Vader said. Apart from that, the Marquis also has a great need for people. Ever since he opened up his territory, he has never stopped migrating. I think if we help him migrate, the Marquis will definitely be moved. With my sister Sandy, even if we can't pull the Duke of Northwind to our side, we can at least keep him neutral. That's a good idea. Marquis Savoy nodded. Then let's do it according to your plan. We can help him immigrate 100,000 people. 100,000 people is nothing compared to the total population of the Kingdom of Florence, especially in the south. Many nobles have a lot of refugees in their territories. These refugees are unstable factors. When we send them all to the North Wind Kingdom, those nobles will definitely welcome us to help them solve the hidden dangers in their territories. Yes, Father. Vader nodded. In a magnificent mansion in the royal city of Florence. What did you say? A man in luxurious clothes with a cold face listened to his subordinate's report. You're saying my brother has the support of a high-grade magus? How is this possible? Aren't wizards supposed to be neutral? Didn't they not participate in the change of royal authority in the secular world? Why would he support my brother? Could it be that they've changed? Damn it. What benefits did my brother promise those adepts to make them make an exception and support him? I knew it. I shouldn't have reached a tacit agreement with him. I had to seize the opportunity to finish him off from the very beginning. I can't just sit there and wait for death. I have to make a move in advance. This good brother of mine is really scheming. He used a set of words to temporarily stabilize me and let me wait for Father to return to the kingdom of heaven. When that time comes, he can directly ascend to the throne with the support of the Magi. He can sit on the throne without spending a single soldier, and I can only be like a stray dog, chased back to my territory. Immediately send someone to contact the Duke of Northwind. I have to get his support. Otherwise, I have no chance at all. Doesn't he want to migrate? When I ascend to the throne, I'll give him 100,000 migrants. Oh right, there's also my mother and sister. I heard that my sister is very favored by the Duke of Northwind. I can ask her for help. And my mother, Phyllis, listens to her mother the most. I can ask her for help. Immediately send someone to prepare a carriage. I want to go to the palace to see my mother. Hearing his words, a middle-aged man beside him slowly said, Your Highness, it's not that we don't have a chance now. As you said, the eldest prince still doesn't know that we already know that he has the support of the Magus. The eldest prince should still be waiting for His Majesty to return to the kingdom of heaven before making a move. We can make a move before that and catch him off guard. As long as the plan is good, there's still a chance to kill the eldest prince. As long as we succeed in killing the eldest prince, the throne will naturally be yours, Your Highness. Of course, you still have to contact the Duke of Northwind. As long as the Duke of Northwind recognizes you after you ascend to the throne, then it can be said that there's no chance of failure. Let's go and prepare first. I'll go to the palace to see my mother and ask her for help. Now that my brother has the support of the Magus, there's no chance of a direct confrontation. I can't let go of this chance. Sulen didn't know that he was now in high demand, and several families wanted his support. He was now rushing towards the kingdom of Florence with a group of people. The road from the northern city to the Blackstone Fortress was very normal. Although there were no roads, There were still many bandits and monsters in the wilderness. However, as soon as they saw the flag of the northern city and the 200 soldiers, they quickly ran away. They were afraid that they would be killed by the soldiers of the northern city. The journey, which was more than half a month long, was very boring. Sulen had no choice but to focus on learning spells. Then, he would camp at night and explore the origin of life with Phyllis. Since he still had to hurry, he would only try it once every time, just in case Phyllis couldn't make it the next day. Now that he had the abilities of erudite and encyclopedic knowledge, his learning speed was very fast. He was now supplementing all kinds of wizard knowledge. After continuous learning, his knowledge was no worse than that of the orthodox wizards who had been learning wizard knowledge since young. Sulen's wizard ability had been steadily improving. Now, his spell-casting ability had reached the level of an advanced wizard. The only problem was that he needed to master the spell models bit by bit. Of course, he could also use skill points, but it was not easy to get them now. He planned to save them for when he encountered a particularly difficult spell. On the way to the Kingdom of Florence, Sulen rarely entered the city. Other than resupplying some food and other supplies, most of the time, he just directly camped outside the city. This led to a problem. Whether it was the second prince or the Marquis of Savoy, the messengers they sent did not meet Sulen. The road conditions in this era were very bad. Many of the wilderness had no roads at all. Sulen just followed the directions of the strategic map and took shortcuts most of the time. Therefore, he inadvertently missed the messengers. Dusk fell. The mansion of the second prince was brightly lit. Teams of fully armed soldiers were patrolling. The servants who came and went looked nervous because the second prince accidentally killed a maid in a rage today. The dead maid was dragged to the garden and buried, but the oppressive atmosphere still shrouded the luxurious mansion. In the dark corner near the garden, soldiers with bows and arrows were lurking. Since yesterday, the entire mansion was shrouded in the atmosphere of a storm. The second prince did not go out for an entire day, but he constantly sent out servants to gather information. In the study room, the second prince's face was gloomy under the dim candlelight. He looked to the side and said in a hoarse voice, "Still no news from the Duke of Northwind?" "Yes, Your Highness." A young knight with a tall and straight figure replied. 2 days. Ever since he learned that his brother had the support of wizards, he became very nervous. As time went by, the situation would become more and more unfavorable for him. Although his mother promised to help him persuade his sister, she only agreed to let the Duke of Northwind remain neutral. This was not what he wanted. Now, many nobles were gradually leaning towards his brother, which was a dangerous sign for him. If he waited any longer, the power gap between him and his brother would become bigger and bigger. The second prince, Sean, closed his eyes tightly. He seemed to be resting, but his hands were beating rhythmically on the table. After a while, he suddenly opened his eyes. A terrifying light flashed in his eyes. "I can't wait any longer. I have to start." Sean finally made up his mind. "Tell Lucian to start the plan immediately." "Yes, Your Highness." The young knight immediately turned around and left the room to pass on the order. Soon, the troops that had been prepared began to move slowly. Several figures moved and directly blended into the darkness. Night fell. Only the noble district in the city had some light. The brightest light was in the palace, followed by the eldest prince's mansion. At this time, the eldest prince was happily listening to the report of his men. "You said my good brother went to see my mother? What did he say to my mother?" "Your Highness, the second prince went to the queen to ask her highness to help him. He wanted Princess Phyllis to persuade the Duke of Northwind to support him," a man who was dressed like a chamberlain said. "What did my mother say?" The eldest prince frowned. Her highness did not agree. She only said that she would persuade the Duke of Northwind to remain neutral. As long as he remains neutral. My good brother is so calculating. Unfortunately, you will lose this time. At this time, the house suddenly shook violently. The guards and attendants outside screamed. "Earthquake?" The eldest prince's face changed. Without saying anything, he directly jumped out of the window on the second floor. The house was still shaking violently, but the range was limited to the main house. As soon as he landed, he felt that something was wrong. The ground did not shake at all. Chapter 416. Something's not right. The moment Cecil landed on the ground, he felt that something was wrong. The surrounding houses did not shake at all. Only the house he was in had collapsed. With a dull thud, the house in front of him collapsed into a pile of rubble. In the darkness, a pair of eyes locked onto Cecil's figure. Before the surrounding guards could rush over, a cold sword light suddenly flashed in the darkness. Backstab. A cold light flashed and instantly pierced towards Cecil's back. The sharp blade flashed with a cold blue light in the dark night. With a single glance, one could tell that it was smeared with poison. Just as the blade was about to pierce Cecil, there was a flash of light. Immediately after, the surroundings became extremely cold. It was as if the temperature of the air had dropped by more than 10 degrees. A shield of ice suddenly appeared around Cecil's body. Clang. With a light sound, ice shards flew everywhere. The cold air quickly spread along the blade, and in an instant, a layer of frost appeared on the arm holding the dagger. Cecil, who was preparing to continue his attack, stiffened slightly. Ice shield. Cecil's figure flashed, and he immediately put some distance between them. In that moment of crisis, with his reaction speed, he was unable to dodge in time. Fortunately, he had a magical item on him for protection. At the critical moment, he summoned 3 ice shields to protect his body. Otherwise, even if he did not die, he would have at least suffered a layer of skin. Assassin! Protect His Highness! Assassin! A series of alarmed cries sounded, and the surrounding guards quickly rushed over. Quick, kill him! The assassin did not give up. A cold light flashed in his eyes as he shouted in a low voice. A few cloaked figures rushed forward, cold light flashing from their blades as they slashed towards Cecil's body. Cleave. Revolving strike. Cecil's expression changed, and he immediately drew his sword to meet them. At this moment, fleeing would only lead to a faster death. Clang, 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 clang. The sound of metal colliding rang out continuously. Under the attacks of these people, Cecil was continuously forced back. Fortunately, the 3 ice shields around him continuously blocked the attacks, so he was not injured. Over here. Kill these assassins. From the collapse of the loft to the attack of the assassins, less than 2 minutes had passed. The surrounding guards rushed over one after another. When they saw the besieged His Highness, these guards did not hesitate at all. They brandished their weapons and rushed over. Go. When they saw the large number of guards rushing over, they knew that they had lost the chance to kill Cecil. They turned around and fled. You want to run? You dare to commit murder right under my nose? You're looking down on me. Mass slow. A missile. 5-inch at this moment, a man in a sorcerer's robe let out a cold snort, and beams of spiritual light flashed one after another. A spiritual light quickly spread out in the darkness. The fleeing assassins only felt as if their bodies had sunk into a quagmire in an instant, their running speed greatly reduced. At the same time, a dozen arcane missiles flew towards them from the darkness. These arcane missiles emitted a faint magic light and were very fast. In just an instant, the arcane missiles hit these assassins. Although the arcane missile was not a high-level spell, its power was still very strong. The power of these arcane missiles was slightly inferior to the power of pistol bullets. The moment they hit the target, they broke the arm of one of the assassins. Following the attack of a dozen arcane missiles, several assassins wanted to dodge, but their bodies were shrouded by the slow spell. They could only watch as the arcane missiles hit them one after another. Bang, bang, bang. The arcane missiles hit them one after another, and their bodies were blown away like sandbags under the attack of the missile force field. The attack of the rogues was powerful, but the defense of their bodies was really mediocre. After being swept by many egg-sized arcane missiles, their bodies were fractured all over, and their internal organs were injured by these missiles. Before they could struggle to stand up, the guards had already rushed up and were about to kill these assassins. Keep them alive. A middle-aged man who looked like a general stopped the guards' actions. The guard stepped forward and restrained the assassins. "Your Highness, the 3 assassins have been caught. What do you think we should do with them?" The middle-aged man came to His Highness the Prince and asked. Cecil had regained his elegant demeanor and looked coldly at the 3 assassins. "Take them to the dungeon and interrogate them. I want to know who the mastermind behind this is." The middle-aged general nodded and ordered the 3 assassins to be taken away. After seeing the others leave, Cecil walked to another room with a gloomy expression. "Immediately send someone to investigate who was on guard duty tonight. They actually allowed those 3 assassins to sneak up on me. How did they get in?" "Yes, Your Highness. I'll arrange for someone to search right away." The attendant next to him said. "Wait, what's my dear brother doing now?" Cecil suddenly asked. "I'm sorry, Your Highness. Omar has been keeping an eye on this matter. I don't know. Go and call Omar here." However, just as the attendant was about to leave, a guard hurried in. "Your Highness, bad news. I've just received news that the barracks outside the city have just been attacked. Please support us." "What?" Cecil stood up instantly, and the chair behind him fell back with his movement. "What is James doing? What is he doing? Didn't I tell him to be on guard?" Cecil said angrily. "What's the situation with the army now?" Facing the angry His Highness the Crown Prince, the attendant's expression was slightly awkward. "Sir James did not return to the barracks today." "Did not return to the barracks? Where did he go?" Cecil was slightly stunned. Then, as if he had thought of something, his expression became even angrier. "Did he go to the women's brothel again?" "Yes, Your Highness. Find him immediately and let him return to lead the army." Cecil took a deep breath and forcibly suppressed his anger. Following the assassination of the Crown Prince Cecil, the second Prince Sean launched his forces to launch an attack. For a moment, the forces that belonged to the Crown Prince were attacked. Even if they did not succeed in killing the Crown Prince, as long as the army in his hands was destroyed, it would be acceptable. Without the support of the army, even if he had the support of the wizards, he would not be able to sit on the throne. When that time came, it would be up to him. If his stupid brother could get the support of the wizards, there was no reason why he could not. In another corner of the royal city, the 3rd Prince Daniel stood on the upper floor and quietly looked into the distance. At this moment, a graceful figure appeared behind him, and a soft and boneless arm wrapped around his neck like a snake. "My little cutie, are you satisfied with my arrangements?" A delicate face appeared on his shoulder. It was the Pleasure Devil. The Pleasure Devil stuck out her tongue and gently licked his earlobe. Then she blew a breath. Daniel's body trembled slightly, and his breathing became more rapid. Forcibly diverting his attention, Daniel took a deep breath and said, "Control your strength. Let them fight until both sides are injured. Don't let either side gain the upper hand. Then I will clean up the mess. Don't worry, when have I ever let you down?" The Pleasure Devil smiled slightly, and then rubbed her body against his. "It's so late. Little cutie, we should rest." As she spoke, she pulled Daniel into the room. Ever since the second prince launched his attack, the entire royal city had inevitably fallen into chaos. Although the second prince Sean had the upper hand in the beginning, and for a time, the Crown Prince's army was in a mess. Just as the second prince's army was about to completely wipe out the Crown Prince's army in one go, their camp suddenly caught fire. James, who had just climbed out of his bed, led a few hundred cavalrymen to attack the Crown Prince's army from behind. He even led his men to stab the Crown Prince's anus. Although they had just won the battle, the second prince's army was also very tired. Moreover, during the pursuit, the army had long lost its formation. After being attacked by hundreds of cavalrymen from behind, the army almost collapsed directly. The opportunity to wipe out the enemy in one go was gone. By the time they recovered, the Crown Prince's army had also recovered from the blow of defeat. At this point, the two sides could only fight force with force. When Su Lun took Phyllis and 200 troops of Beifeng Principality to Yunwu City, a battle had just ended around Yunwu City. What's going on? Why is there an army fighting in Royal City? Has the enemy already reached here? Seeing the scene in front of him, Su Lin was a little puzzled. No, these people are the army of the Kingdom of Florence. After taking a closer look at the battlefield, Su Lin was even more puzzled. Su Lin asked people to catch 2 soldiers back and ask them. Finally, he figured out that the crown prince and the second prince were fighting for the throne. Before Su Lin arrived, the 2 had been fighting for a while. Because of the war, the originally prosperous royal city had become dilapidated. There were scattered soldiers everywhere. It was obvious that the 2 sides could no longer control the development of the situation. Where is Cecil now? After understanding the situation, Phyllis asked with a gloomy face. I don't know. I heard that he was killed by the second prince. A soldier said. What? Phyllis's face changed. What about Sean? He's there. I don't know. The 2 soldiers shook their heads. What about my father? How is His Majesty? I don't know. Don't worry about them. Let's go into the city first and restore order in the city. Su Lin looked at the chaotic city in front of him and frowned. But let's go into the city first. I'll go to the palace to see my father. Phyllis had a bad feeling in her heart. Everyone, get ready for battle. At Sulin's order, the army of Beifeng Duchy immediately quieted down. A murderous aura spread from the army of only 200 people. Chapter 417. Sir, are we really going to attack? A formation breaker guard stood beside Su Lin and asked. Attack! If they resist, kill all those who resist. Su Lin said coldly. The formation breaker guard immediately turned around and began to reorganize his army. Although Su Lin only brought 200 people this time, he was still confident that he could flatten all the troops here. The average strength of the troops he brought this time was at the 3rd grade. It could be said that no other country's army would be so extravagant. In the armies of other countries, 3rd grade professionals were usually middle to high-level generals. The Northern Citadel already had a powerful army with an average of 3rd grade professionals. These people were all elites who had followed him all the way through countless battles, big and small. Against the army of Florence, it could be said that they were completely flattened. The gate of the Northern Citadel was right in front of them. The army of the Northern Wind Principality was all riding horses. They were very fast and only took a few minutes to push near the gate. The sudden approach of the army made the defenders of the city panic. At this time, 2 barbarian warriors quickly rushed toward the gate. The 2 barbarians ran while roaring at the sky. At this time, something happened that shocked the defenders. The 2 barbarians' originally tall and strong bodies were like balloons. They swelled up again and turned into 2 small giants in the blink of an eye. Seeing the 2 barbarians turn into giants, the defenders' faces changed greatly. They immediately wanted to attack, but it was too late. The 2 barbarians rushed to the gate in a few steps and then jumped up from the left and right. The giant axes in their hands instantly cut off the chains of the drawbridge. Boom! The heavy drawbridge fell with a loud bang. The 2 barbarians didn't stop at all. They waved their giant axes and rushed toward the gate. Rumble! There was a violent collision sound. Accompanied by the violent shaking of the gate, a large amount of sand and stone fell from the top of the gate. After the barbarians activated God's descent, their strength had increased to around 40 points. Combined with their size and berserk, they were simply 2 demolition machines. The 2 barbarians hammered at the city gate, and the city walls of Florence couldn't withstand a few hits. With a loud bang, the heavy gate was violently smashed open by the 2 barbarians. Seeing the city gate open, the soldiers of the Duchy of North Wind immediately began to charge. Occupy the city gate. Su Lin took the lead and rushed into the city. The soldiers guarding the city were scared out of their wits when they saw the 2 barbarians easily smash the city gate open. They turned around and fled into the city. The city gate was easily occupied by Su Lin. Sulin's cold eyes scanned the surroundings. Seeing that there were no other troops around, he ordered, after entering the city, do not kill prisoners, do not attack civilians, do not rob property, do not rape women. Anyone who dares to disobey will be killed without mercy. Cain, your subordinate is here. A guard of the capture barracks stepped forward and responded. Lead a group of men to protect Phyllis and follow her instructions to the palace. Understood. Anson, your subordinate is here. Take some men and set up a defensive line here. Guard the city gate. Yes, sir. The rest of you, follow me into the city. As the order was given, the army of the northern citadel immediately set off. The royal city of Florence had fallen into chaos at this time. The continuous days of war had turned the outer city into a mess. There were defeated soldiers everywhere. After these defeated soldiers lost control, they burned, killed, and looted. The entire city was out of control. Seeing this situation, Su Lin did not hesitate at all and immediately ordered an attack. How could these scattered soldiers be a match for the army of the Duchy of North Wind? They were killed as soon as they came into contact. The rest of the soldiers were so scared that they turned around and fled. However, how could those with 2 legs outrun those with 4 legs? The soldiers of the Duchy of North Wind chased after these scattered soldiers and killed them. Then, Su Lin pushed forward and killed all the scattered soldiers in his path. In less than an hour, Su Lin had taken control of a quarter of the city. Just as Su Lin was clearing out the rebels in the city, the nobles finally reacted. Soon, an army of nobles' private guards was assembled. After this army was assembled, they came to the outer city. For you, a noble who was mostly a knight shouted loudly, "My lord is the master of the Duchy of North Wind, Duke Su Lin of North Wind." A barbarian next to him answered under sullen signal. After hearing the barbarian's voice, there was a slight commotion in the army opposite. Sullen's name was very famous in the kingdom of Florence. "Where are Cecil and Sean? Let them out." Su Lin stepped forward and shouted loudly, "I'm sorry, Sir Su Lin. My 2 brothers have died in the previous battle." A young noble walked out and said, "I'm Daniel, the 3rd son of His Majesty the King. Not long ago, my 2 brothers fought for the right to inherit the throne. In the end, both of them died in battle. We were discussing how to deal with the aftermath. We didn't expect the Duke to come. On behalf of the nobles of Florence, I welcome your arrival." Su Lin looked at the young noble in front of him. The other party was handsome, only slightly inferior to himself. He had a strong body, wore a gorgeous silk robe, and had a long sword at his waist. There was a faint evil aura around him. The aura was similar to the little succubus Chris's, but there was a big difference. However, Su Lin could be sure that the aura came from the lower planes. Things did not seem to be as simple as he had imagined. Even if Prince Daniel was not a fallen one, he had a deep connection with the lower planes. Things were getting interesting. 2 powerful elder brothers fought for the throne and fought to the death. In the end, when the victor was about to be decided, they were both killed by the 3rd brother. If Su Lin hadn't come so quickly, maybe the 3rd prince would have been enthroned as the new king of Florence. "Sir Su Lin, you must be here to observe the ceremony. I would like to ask you to restrain the soldiers. This matter is the internal affairs of the Kingdom of Florence. As the Duke of the Duchy of North Wind, I would like to ask you to leave for a while," Daniel said to Sun. "Internal affairs? My wife is the daughter of the King of Florence, the Princess of the Kingdom of Florence. Naturally, she is qualified to participate in the internal affairs of the Kingdom of Florence." Su Lin smiled slightly and said, "Moreover, I feel that a fallen one like you should stay away from here." "Fallen one? What's going on?" The surrounding nobles were discussing. Daniel's face changed and he immediately scolded, "Nonsense! I am now the first heir of the Kingdom of Florence. You are slandering me, blatant slandering. You know best whether it is true or not." Su Lin sneered and said, "You were the one who started the war between Cecil and Sean, right? Demons preferred simple and crude places and rarely used schemes and tricks. Now that the palace had become like this, Su Lin immediately thought of the devils, who were also creatures of the lower planes. Compared to the simple and crude demons, the devils preferred to play with schemes and tricks. They liked to completely destroy the hopes of those people when they were about to succeed, and then pluck the souls that had been tempered like ripe fruits. Everything in front of him was probably the devil's masterpiece. Scout the camp. A spiritual light shot out from Sullen's body and instantly hit Daniel, who was not far away. The next second, a blood-red spiritual light suddenly rose from Daniel's body. When the surrounding nobles saw it, their faces changed greatly, and they all stepped back. In the blink of an eye, there was a large empty space around Daniel. These nobles naturally knew what that red aura represented. Although many nobles used detection spells to test the aura and found that it was biased towards evil, judging from the situation just now, such a dazzling red aura was very likely to be a fallen one. Fallen ones were the people who had signed a contract with creatures of the lower planes, such as demons, devils, and other monsters, and obtained their power. Every time a fallen one appeared, it would cause very serious consequences. Now, the first heir of the Florentine royal family was actually a fallen one. If this spread out, it would definitely be a big scandal. I didn't expect to be discovered. At this moment, a frivolous voice suddenly appeared and entered everyone's ears. I originally planned to harvest slowly, but now it seems that I have to speed up. You sneaky bastard. Now that I'm here, do you really think you'll succeed? Sulun laughed coldly. With a flip of his hand, a glazed palace lantern appeared. Break invisibility. A spiritual light flashed from the glazed glass palace lantern. As the spiritual light swept past, a figure that stood out from the rest suddenly appeared among the nobles. She had a tall and slim figure and a curvaceous body. She had long, black hair and an enchanting face. She gave off an incredibly seductive aura. This was the pleasure demon from Bator Hell. How dare you show off your insignificant skill before an expert? Su Len put away the sky lantern and rushed toward the pleasure demon in a flash. Dimensional anchor. As Su Len raised his hand, a spiritual light shot out. In an instant, the surrounding space was separated by a spell, directly sealing the teleportation spell in this area. No one could use teleportation or blink skills. Forbidden magic field. Then, an invisible energy field instantly appeared in Sullen's hand and directly turned the area around the pleasure demon into a dead magic field, directly crippling the pleasure demon's magic ability. Lightning spear. Dazzling lightning flashed, and in the next second, a lightning spear was formed in Sullen's hand. This lightning spear contained great power, and he directly threw it at the pleasure demon. Chapter 418. Pleasure Devils. They were the lords of the sixth layer of the Hell of Bator, the subjects of Glagia. They were different from ordinary devils with ugly appearances. Pleasure devils were extremely beautiful, similar to the succubi of hell. However, they had the bloodline of fallen angels. Their lord, Glagia, was the daughter of Asmodeus, the lord of the Hell of Bator. Compared to other devils, pleasure devils preferred to use seduction to get their enemies to willingly fall into their embrace. Once they reached their target, Glagia would use diseases and toxins to corrode their enemies' bodies and abandon their skeletons in the swamps. The lord of the sixth layer of the Hell of Bator, the Hag Countess, had been killed by her. She even used her corpse to decorate her palace. Compared to other devils, pleasure devils were more stealthy and dangerous. They were one of the few devils that could escape the detection of priests. This pleasure devil didn't descend with her true body. Instead, she used a projection ability to project a portion of her soul force and devil power into the material plane, forming a method similar to the incarnation of a god. Su Len was now a high-ranked legend, and because he had divinity in his body, his attacks carried some characteristics of divine power. Dazzling lightning flashed, and it was as if a sun had suddenly risen in the sky. The eyes of the surrounding nobles were directly pierced by the bright light, and they quickly covered their eyes. The dazzling lightning flashed, and in the next second, it flew towards the pleasure devil. Damn it! Seeing the dazzling lightning, the pleasure devil felt a strong sense of danger, and her expression changed drastically. A wave of evil energy instantly erupted from her body. The nobles near her were enveloped by this evil energy, and their bodies visibly weakened and aged. These nobles who had long been hollowed out by wine and women couldn't resist this evil light at all, and a large number of them died in an instant. Their souls were directly absorbed by the evil light into the pleasure devil's body, and the evil light on her body instantly rose sharply. Rumble. The lightning spear struck the evil aura in front of the pleasure devil, and the lightning and evil light violently exploded. Accompanied by the explosion, a figure flashed and instantly flew into the distance. Trying to run? Too late. A cold glint flashed in Sullen's eyes. He moved and appeared beside the pleasure demon. Since you're here, you don't have to leave. If this had been the infernal plane and the pleasure demon was in her true form, she would have had a chance to escape. But now that she was in the prime material plane, all creatures from the lower planes were suppressed here. Moreover, she was only a soul projection. It would be strange if she could escape. Not good. The pleasure devil felt goosebumps all over her body. She never thought that as a warrior, Su-Len would be able to use flash so skillfully. Bang! The storm battle halberd appeared in Sullen's hand. Dazzling lightning appeared on the halberd. As soon as it appeared, he began to attack the pleasure devil. His 50 points of strength was displayed in an instant. The pleasure devil's body that was trying to escape was violently smashed to the ground. Boom! The pleasure devil's body was like a cannonball as it pierced through a 3-story building and crashed heavily onto the ground. If it weren't for the demon's strong physique, she would have lost half her life. The pleasure devil's body was severely injured. An evil aura exploded from her body. This evil aura seemed to be a signal for something. Evil aura rose from the bodies of the nobles in the distance. Soul harvest. The evil aura disappeared in a flash. In the next second, many of the nobles began to age rapidly. In just an instant, a young and strong noble turned into an old man with a head full of white hair. It was as if all the life force in their bodies had been sucked away in an instant. Then, souls flew out of their bodies and merged into the pleasure devil's body. Her body was quickly repaired. The pleasure devil's aura that was originally weak was quickly strengthened. Her injuries were also healed in the blink of an eye. Regarding the pleasure demon's actions, Su-Len didn't do anything. He didn't care about those nobles at all. If they died, then so be it. She just helped him clear the way. Su-Len even wanted to give her a medal. After becoming stronger, the pleasure devil did not act rashly. She did not think that she could defeat Su-Len. She glared fiercely at him and said hatefully, "I'll remember you. One day I'll come back for revenge." Surin's arrival had completely disrupted her plans. After all, it hadn't been easy for the Iranese Queen Glacia to send her to the material plane. She'd paid a hefty price to do so. Her plan had been to sacrifice the entire city to the queen, harvest all the souls, and then return to Bator with her bountiful spoils. But now her plan was completely ruined. Even she had to flee back to Bator in a sorry state. What? You still want to live for another chapter? Dazzling lightning flashed as the storm war halberd pierced towards the pleasure devil. The space around the pleasure devil was locked down. She could only brace herself and prepare to attack. Lightning hell. Lightning spear. Lightning strike. A powerful energy burst out from Su-Len's body in an instant and directly shrouded the pleasure devil. Then, Su-Len's storm-like attacks instantly broke out. The pleasure devil was not good at frontal combat. Under Su-Len's attacks, it could only parry and evade. Although she was also a legend, the gap between her and Su-Len was huge. The souls she had just absorbed had greatly increased her strength, but it was only delaying her defeat. Ugh. A bolt of lightning as thick as a bucket struck the evading pleasure devil. Not only did the powerful lightning inflict severe damage to her, but it also paralyzed her body for a second. Although this 1 second was short, it was enough for her to die several times in such an intense battle. The storm war halberd struck the pleasure devil's shoulder, and an arm flew out. Su-Len did not stop. The storm war halberd launched more than 10 attacks in an instant, and all of them hit the pleasure devil's body. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere. Before the pleasure devil could recover from the paralysis, she died on the spot. With the death of the pleasure devil, a wave of soul energy emerged. At the same time, the pleasure devil's soul shadow appeared. As soon as the evil soul appeared, a repulsive force appeared out of thin air. This was the power of this world. According to the rules of this world, it would directly expel souls from the lower plane. Soul trap. At this moment, a spiritual light flashed and instantly struck the soul that was about to leave. Although the soul of the pleasure devil was only a part of her body, she was still a legendary figure. In addition to the souls that she had harvested previously, her spiritual energy was still very strong. Powerful energy surged out of Surin's body, instantly suppressing the pleasure demon's soul imprisonment. Then, to her horror, it condensed into a sparkling and translucent gem, a legendary grade soul crystal. The battle has ended. Congratulations, host. You have obtained an epic victory. Congratulations, host. You have successfully killed a pleasure devil. You have received 98,500 experience points. You have received 3 platinum treasure chests. You have received an item, Blood of the Fallen Angel. Congratulations, host. Under your leadership, your army has successfully suppressed the rebellion in San Filto City. You have received 53,600 experience points. You have received 1 platinum treasure chest. You have defeated the devil and quelled the war. You have received 50 favorability from the citizens of San Filto City. Your reputation in San Filto City has reached respected. Your charm has increased by 2. Devil's Temptation, year 1688 of the Radiant Moon Calendar. In the beginning of September, the king of the Kingdom of Florence was critically ill. The 3 princes began to fight for the right of succession. Under the instigation of the devil, a serious war broke out in San Filto City. The entire city was about to become the devil's nourishment. At this critical moment, you came to this city and successfully killed the pleasure devil, saving San Filto City. With the end of the war, your name and your army's fame began to spread throughout the Kingdom of Florence. Your reputation also began to rise throughout the continent. You have received a large amount of reputation. Reputation plus 40. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your experience bar is full. Your level has increased. Your current level is LV27. Congratulations, host. You have received 2 free attribute points, 2 skill points, and a platinum treasure chest. A series of system notifications rang in Sullen's ears. Sulen temporarily did not have time to count the spoils of war. He had just conquered San Filto City, and there were still many things to settle. Anson. Yes, sir. A strong man stepped forward. Lead your men and immediately gather all the troops in the city. Kill anyone who resists without mercy. Yes, sir. Issue an announcement. From today onwards, San Filto City will be in a state of war. No one is allowed to leave without a pass. At the same time, seal the city and eliminate the remaining enemies. Organize people to clean up the ruins and treat the injured. Arrest all those who took advantage of the chaos to commit crimes and plunder. Kill anyone who resists without mercy. Check the treasury and the granary. Distribute the food in a unified manner. Do not inflate the prices. All nobles immediately return to their own mansions. Do not go out without my command. Sulen used the momentum of his victory to issue various orders. He completely controlled San Filto City in the shortest time possible. After a period of war, San Filto City began to rebuild. The army of the North Wind Duchy quickly gathered all the defeated troops. Then, under the leadership of the North Wind Duchy soldiers, they immediately began to work. The nobles who had already suffered heavy casualties did not dare to have any objections in front of Sulen. Too many people had died today, and these nobles had lost their courage. Chapter 419. After all the arrangements were made, Sulen went to the palace with his 2 guards. The palace of the Kingdom of Florence was located in the north of San Filto City, in the center of the noble district. When Sulen came here, the whole palace had been occupied by the army of the Duchy of North Wind. Led by the 2 guards, Sulen went to find Phyllis. Phyllis, what's wrong? Sulen came to Phyllis, gently hugged her crying body and asked, "Soon, boo-hoo, boo-hoo, my father is dead, my mother is dead, they're all dead." After seeing Sulen, Phyllis suddenly threw herself into Sullen's arms and cried bitterly. "Cry, cry, cry, and you'll be fine. I've avenged you, and I've killed the devil behind the scenes. You still have me." Sulen hugged Phyllis and comforted her. Finally, Phyllis was tired of crying. The fatigue of rushing for many days came, and she fell asleep in Sullen's arms. Sulen carried Phyllis and put her in a bedroom in the side hall. He arranged for the maids and guards to wait for her, and at the same time, checked King Hengli's body. After all, King Hengli was his father-in-law, and he was going to inherit the inheritance this time, so he naturally had to treat it seriously. King Hengli's body was in the hall, and next to it was the queen's coffin. After seeing King Hengli's body, Sulen found that King Hengli had been dead for 2 days, and his body was only casually collected in the coffin without any funerary objects or any measures to protect the body. The body was slightly smelly. He didn't know who helped him collect the corpses, but his subordinates were still around. Before he died, they couldn't sit still. After he died, they didn't even care. They directly stopped the corpses and attacked. This king was quite a failure. Sulen snapped his fingers and a light flashed. A crystal-clear coffin covered the corpse. This was an ice coffin that could be used to temporarily preserve the corpse. After preserving the 2 corpses, Sulen found a quiet palace and walked in. After finishing his work, he still hadn't had time to count his gains. He opened the system space. This time, he had obtained 5 platinum treasure chests. First, he took a shower and changed his clothes. After washing his hands, Sulen sat down again and calmed himself down. Only then did Sulen choose to open the treasure chest. As a dazzling light flashed by, the familiar sound of the system notification rang in his ears. "Congratulations, host. You have opened the platinum treasure chest. You have obtained a bottle of Jade Shavings Golden Pills. Congratulations, host. You've opened the platinum treasure chest. You've obtained the Building of Wonders blueprint, Qilin Garden. Congratulations, host. You have opened the platinum treasure chest. You have obtained 1 army talisman. Congratulations, host. You have opened the platinum treasure chest. You have obtained the item, Thunder's Secret Technique. Congratulations, host. You have opened the platinum treasure chest. You have obtained the item, Mechanical Secret Technique. After the light dissipated, Sulen immediately looked at the items that he had just obtained. There were 10 Jade Shavings Golden Pills in a bottle. The effect was that it could increase any attribute by 1 point. Sulen planned to add them to his agility and spirit. In addition to the 2 attribute points that he had obtained from leveling up, Sulen's attributes were getting closer and closer to 50. A new Building of Wonders blueprint, Qilin Garden. Sulen was looking forward to this new Building of Wonders. He picked up the blueprint and began to look at it. Building of Wonders blueprint, Qilin Garden. Category, Beast Pen. This blueprint records the detailed steps and process of building Qilin Garden. Qilin Garden, Building of Wonders. Beast Pen. Legend has it that this is the place where the mythical beast Qilin once lived. With Qilin Garden, the mounts in the city can become stronger and faster. It can also increase their growth rate, reduce the chances of the mounts falling sick, increase the reproduction rate of the mounts, and have a chance of attracting wild mounts. Rapid growth plus 35, indestructible plus 30, rare beasts plus 35, sturdiness plus 36, reproduction plus 35, disease reduction plus 35, mount taming plus 37, mutation plus 10. Additional effect, Mythical Beast's Might. Mythical Beast's Might possesses the aura of the mythical beast Qilin, can forcibly tame mounts, 1 at a time. Seeing the effects of this Building of Wonders blueprint, Sulen's eyes lit up. This Qilin Garden was a good thing. Not only could it increase the growth rate of mounts, but it could also make them stronger and faster. Moreover, the special effect, Mythical Beast's Might, could actually forcibly tame mounts. Then, if he caught a giant dragon, could he try the effect? Also, with this building, it would be much easier to tame your own creatures in the future. Of course, With so many benefits, it wasn't easy to build this building of wonders. The most important thing was that he needed a Qilin horn. This was the first time he had heard of such a thing. This world didn't even have a Qilin, so where was he going to find one? After putting away the building of wonders blueprint, Su Lin could only wait until he had a Qilin horn before building it. The third box opened up a commander's seal. This commander's seal was a little special. The word female was written on it. Obviously, this was a female commander's seal. Commander's seal, female soldier. After use, you can recruit 1,000 female soldiers. Female soldiers have the ability to move quickly and agilely, and have decent attack power. Female soldier, elite female soldier, guard female soldier, female official, star officer. It was actually a female soldier. Su Lin looked at the commander's seal in his hand in surprise. In the game, female soldiers weren't very strong. Most of the time, they were considered cannon fodder. However, this didn't mean that they were useless. Female soldiers were only powerful in the later stages. When they were promoted to star officer, they could summon lightning. They were completely a magical soldier. Besides being strong, female soldiers had another advantage. They were beautiful. Using female soldiers to guard the palace was a good choice. Su Lin chose to use it immediately. The commander's seal instantly turned into countless fluorescent lights and then merged into Su Lin's body. Although female soldiers were strong in the later stages, they were very weak in the early stages. Moreover, the recruitment and training cost was not cheap. When recruiting female soldiers, he would have to build a new female soldier barracks and a training ground. Su Lin planned to wait for a while before building it. The remaining 2 platinum treasure chests contained 2 books, one of which was Thunder's Secret Arts. Su Lin skimmed through it and found that it recorded a large number of thunder and lightning spells. For Su Lin, this was exactly what he needed. With this book, his understanding of the power of thunder and lightning would be improved once again. At the same time, he could also learn more thunder and lightning skills. Secret mechanical techniques. This book was an advanced knowledge of mechanical control that Su Lin had learned before. After obtaining the secret mechanical techniques, Su Lin's magic skills had become more powerful. He could even improve the iron golems. The 2 books contained a lot of knowledge. Su Lin planned to take some time to study them. In addition to the 5 platinum treasure chests, Su Lin also obtained a legendary level soul crystal from the Pleasure Devil and a bottle of fallen angel's blood. The soul crystal was a good thing and could be used in many places. Su Lin planned to leave it for Hathaway to make a legendary golem. As for the fallen angel's blood, it was not very useful. After all, there was only 1 bottle. It was impossible to refine the blood. He could only give it to Hathaway as a test material. After putting these things away, Su Lin took out the jade shard golden pill and poured out one. This pill looked like a piece of jade. It looked very beautiful and melted in his mouth. After using it, Su Lin soon felt his body heating up slightly. 1 free attribute point had also been added to the system interface. Next, Su Lin ate the remaining jade shard golden pills. Su Lin obtained 10 free attribute points. After adding the 2 points from leveling up, he had a total of 12 points. He evenly distributed them to agility and spirit. After dealing with the harvest, Su Lin began to deal with the following matters. After occupying San Filto, Su Lin controlled the heart of the Kingdom of Florence. There were many things to be done next. After controlling the entire city, Su Lin began to send people to check on the remaining members of the Henry family. Because of a battle for the throne, 3 princes had died directly. King Henry had a total of 5 sons and 4 daughters. The remaining 2 sons had also died in the previous turmoil. After all, during the battle with the Pleasure Devil, many nobles had died because of the Pleasure Devil. The 2 princes were unlucky and also died. Su Lin could guarantee that he definitely did not kill them. In other words, there were no male members of the Henry family in the direct line of descent. Of course, as a family that had lasted for hundreds of years, there were still many men in the collateral line of the Henry family. However, regardless of whether it was Su Lin or others, they would not have the right to inherit the throne. The four princesses of the Henry family had long been married off to the great nobles and members of the royal families of other countries. In addition, they were far away from here, so they could be ignored directly. Therefore, the one who had the most right to inherit the throne was Sulan's wife, Phyllis. In fact, queens were not rare in this world. No, they were very common. Not to mention, the most famous queen on the continent was the Red Dragon Queen. There were also many queens in other countries. There was basically no problem for Phyllis to ascend the throne. However, considering Phyllis's political intelligence and skills, and her complete lack of experience in governing a country, it was necessary to implement a two-king system. Sulen intended to become the king of the Kingdom of Florence together with Phyllis. As for whether the remaining nobles in San Filto agreed or not, it was not a problem in Sulan's eyes at all. Those who did not agree had already died in the attack of the Pleasure Devil. The remaining nobles firmly supported this decision. After restoring order in the city, Sulen and Phyllis buried the king and queen. After some discussion, they decided to implement the two-king system. Next, Sulen asked people to arrange the ascension ceremony. In fact, the materials needed for the ascension ceremony had already been prepared long ago. There were 3 portions, one for each of the 3 princes. Now, it was all convenient for him. Chapter 420. After taking complete control of San Filto, Sulen and Hathaway held a funeral to bury the king and queen. After that, they discussed the preparations for the ascension ceremony. Because Sulen did not lift the ban, the nobles did not know that Sulen was preparing to ascend the throne. Perhaps some smart people had guessed it, but they could only pretend to be deaf and dumb in the face of the powerful Sulen. All the materials needed for the ascension ceremony had been prepared. As soon as Sulen gave the order, the attendants began to get busy. With the materials prepared by the 3 princes, it only took 2 days for the ascension ceremony to be completed. On the 3rd day, Sulen lifted the ban, and the nobles of San Filto were invited to the palace to watch the ceremony. In the main hall of the palace, the nobles of San Filto had gathered in the imperial court. In just a month, the situation had changed. The few princes who were most likely to become the new king of the Kingdom of Florence had disappeared. The nobles who were bustling in the main hall had become sparse. These nobles were naturally aware of today's ascension ceremony. Now that the princes were dead and there were no successors, they naturally hoped that the Parliament of Nobles would jointly elect a new king instead of letting Sulen decide alone. Even though Sulen had shown great strength last time, these nobles who were used to being high and mighty had not changed their views. Count Anthony, Duke Sulen held the ascension ceremony without permission, which violated the laws of the Kingdom of Florence. I think Marquis Kent is more qualified to inherit the throne, Viscount Goen whispered to Count Anthony. Although Sulen was powerful, he was not a noble of the kingdom after all. Although he had tyrannical strength, no one was willing to give up power. In their opinion, even if there was a new king, it was still up to them to govern the kingdom. Count Anthony looked at Goen and then at the nobles in the hall. Many of them still wanted to renegotiate with the Parliament of Nobles. Even though they had seen Sulen's strength, some of them were still unwilling to believe it. In their opinion, the kingdom had no successor, and it was a good opportunity for them to expand their power. These people had been in the upper echelons for too long and had forgotten the most basic rules of this world. Let's talk about it later. Besides, Duke Sulen's attitude today has already made it clear that he wants to make it an established fact. Don't you think it's a little late? Anthony shook his head and didn't intend to stand out. As an old fox, he wouldn't easily take a stand, let alone stand out personally. This Duke Sulen has gone too far. If he hadn't forced us not to go out, how could we not know what he wants to do until today when we are about to ascend the throne? Goen snorted coldly, obviously very angry. Don't talk so much. No matter what, he did save our lives. A middle-aged noble tugged at his clothes and said softly, but his eyes were looking at a few servants standing in the hall. The king was dead, the 3 princes were dead, and the entire palace was under Sulen's control. These attendants were naturally loyal to Sulen. If they heard these words, they would definitely spread it to Sulen. What? Do you think he can kill me? This is the kingdom of Florence, not his Beifong principality in the countryside. Goen didn't appreciate it, but said with disdain. In his opinion, the Beifong principality in the northern wilderness was a small country, and Sulen was a bumpkin from the countryside. Ignorant. Anthony glanced at him, and his body involuntarily moved a few steps away from him. Obviously, he didn't want to talk to him anymore. The morning sun dispelled the darkness in the palace, and the magnificent palace looked very solemn in the morning sun. Sulen and Phyllis were changing into gorgeous clothes with the help of several maids. "My lord, the ceremony is ready, and all the nobles have arrived," a middle-aged attendant said respectfully. "Very good, how are the nobles doing?" Sulen sat in his seat and let two maids help him put on his robe. "As my lord expected, there are some nobles who are dissatisfied with your arrangement," the attendant said respectfully. Sulen played with a ruby and said casually, "Give them some time to calm down. If they still can't recognize the situation, I don't mind helping them. The old era is over, and the new era is coming. Those who can't keep up with the times will be abandoned by the times." Sulen was very clear about the nobles' thoughts, but he couldn't kill all of them at once. After all, he still needed them to serve him for the time being. But before that, he needed to distinguish between those who needed to be eliminated, those who were willing to rely on him, those who could be won over, and those who were old foxes sitting on the fence. Sulen was very clear about the nobles' thoughts. There was a saying, "Kill the chicken to warn the monkey." Those who jumped the highest and cried the loudest were the chickens that were killed. "My lord, when are you going to start?" the attendant asked respectfully. "Wait a little longer." Sulen put down the ruby and smiled at Phyllis. "Come and take a look at the crown I prepared for you." Sulen took out a beautiful crown from the storage space and handed it to Phyllis. The crown was made of gold. Of course, in order to ensure its hardness, it was also mixed with some other metals. But on the surface, it still looked golden. The crown was designed with a hollow design and looked very delicate. There were 3 gemstones inlaid on the front of the crown, 1 big and 2 small. At this moment, they were shining in the morning sun. "It's so beautiful." Phyllis's eyes widened in surprise at the sight of the beautiful crown. "Come, let me put it on for you." Sulen smiled and stood up. Phyllis nodded and bowed slightly. Sulen put the crown on Phyllis's head and stepped back. He bowed slightly and said, "My dear queen, you are so beautiful." "Really?" Phyllis twirled around with the crown on her head and winked at Sulen. "Of course, you are the most beautiful today," Sulen said seriously. Phyllis smiled and then lifted the corner of her dress to make a bow to Sulen. "My king, you are also very handsome today." "Ha!" Phyllis couldn't help but laugh as soon as she finished the bow. "All right, it's almost time. We should go and ascend the throne." Sulen and Phyllis played for a while and then looked at the time. Phyllis nodded. But Sulen took Phyllis to the outside of the palace under the protection of many attendants. Cain, the guard of the palace, was already waiting there. When he saw Sulen, he immediately greeted him respectfully. The group continued to walk into the palace. "My lord." As soon as they entered the palace, the attendants and soldiers of North Wind Principality all saluted. When the nobles in the palace saw Sulen and Phyllis coming in, they stopped talking and looked at them. Some of these people sneered, some were dissatisfied, some were expressionless, and some were fearful. No matter what, sullen strength had made some of them afraid. "I'm very sorry to have kept you waiting." Sulen looked at these nobles and said with a smile, "Mr. Sulen, you are not a noble of the Kingdom of Florence. Why didn't you go through the Parliament of Nobles to choose a king? This seriously violates the system of the Kingdom of Florence. It is illegal." As soon as they walked into the hall, a noble asked righteously. The entire palace became silent in an instant. It was so quiet that it was scary. Sulen's smile froze for a moment, then he stopped smiling and turned to look at the owner of the voice. He said with a bit of contempt, "Who are you?" "You." Hearing Sulen's words, this middle-aged noble was furious. This was openly despising him and his family. I am Viscount Goen, a member of the Parliament of Nobles. Oh. Sulin nodded and said, I don't know you. Do. Goen widened his eyes in anger. Fortunately, he understood his purpose. He suppressed his anger and said, I am a member of the Parliament of Nobles. What you are doing is against the law of the Kingdom of Florence. Are you teaching me how to do things? Sulin raised his eyebrows. You are acting recklessly. You won't be recognized by the nobles of Florence. Sulin looked at him coldly and said, Phyllis, the daughter of His Majesty King Henry, naturally has the right to inherit the throne after all of King Henry's sons died. This is in accordance with the law and rules. As for the Parliament of Nobles, they only have the right to choose a successor after the royal family has no children or after the royal family abdicates and gives up the right to inherit. Therefore, it is reasonable and legal for Phyllis to inherit the throne, and it is in line with the national conditions of Florence. You are not a noble of the Kingdom of Florence. This is the internal affairs of the Kingdom of Florence. You have no right to interfere. After hearing Sulin's words, Goen said with an ugly expression, I have no right to interfere? Sulin sneered and took a step forward. He stared at Gon coldly and then glanced at the surrounding nobles. When Sanfelto City was in danger, I saved it. This city was also conquered by me from the chaos. It can be said that it is my spoils of war. Phyllis is also my wife. Speaking of which, I am also your savior. How dare you say that I don't have the right to be your savior? What were you doing at that time? You were a fool who was being played by a devil. That was because we were waiting for an opportunity to delay time. Yes, waiting for an opportunity to delay time for the army to arrive. Goen was a little speechless. The army to rescue the king? How many days have passed? Why haven't I seen the army to rescue the king? Are you delaying time like this? Sulin looked at him mockingly. Are you sure that the army to rescue the king will arrive in time to collect your corpses? Goen's face was a little pale and he said stubbornly, This is not within your jurisdiction. Chapter 421. You can't say anything, right? Sulin glanced at him and ignored him. He held Phyllis's hand and continued to move forward. I saved Sanfelto City and killed the demon to avenge the dead. Now that the kingdom has no ruler, I naturally have the right to choose an heir to ascend the throne. Sulin said loudly, his eyes sweeping across the hall. From today onwards, Phyllis is the queen of the Kingdom of Florence, and I will ascend the throne as the king of the Kingdom of Florence. Sulin, you are just a nobleman who was lucky enough to gain a foothold. You are just a bumpkin. What right do you have to ascend the throne? After hearing Sulin announce himself as the king of the Kingdom of Florence, Gon's face changed greatly. You are asking for death. Sulin's eyes flashed coldly, and his heart was filled with murderous intent. He shouted sternly. Cain, who had been waiting in the hall for a long time, immediately rushed over. Before anyone could react, he raised his sword and slashed down, killing Gon. The football-sized head flew up, and blood splashed 3 feet away. The noblemen who had not yet reacted were instantly sprayed with blood all over their faces. Then they screamed and hurriedly fled in all directions. Bang! The headless body fell down, and the strong smell of blood instantly filled the hall. Clean it up, Sulin said expressionlessly. Several attendants skillfully carried the body away, and 2 more people wiped the blood clean. Then they poured a bucket of water to wash and wipe. In just a few minutes, the floor looked brand new. If it were not for the smell of blood in the air, everyone would think that the scene just now was just an illusion. Well, the people who are in the way have been sent away. Who else has any last words? No opinions about Phyllis and me ascending the throne? Sulin said after looking around. Wherever he looked, all the noblemen couldn't help but lower their heads. What opinions? Those were last words. Didn't you see the example just now? Hurry up and ascend the throne, we have no opinions. I am a very democratic person. Everyone can speak freely. If you have any opinions, you can raise them. I will consider them seriously. Su Lin said seriously. No opinions, no opinions. The other noblemen in the hall said one after another. You really don't have any objections? I'm giving you a chance, Su Lin emphasized. I really don't mind. It seems that my ascension to the throne is what everyone wants. Su Lin nodded with satisfaction, and then said, Then let's continue the ceremony. The grand coronation ceremony continued. Su Lin took out the crown and crowned Phyllis, and then himself. The nobles below cooperated very well. They cheered when they should, and bowed when they should. Everything was so harmonious. The enthronement ceremony ended amidst peaceful cheers. Congratulations, host. You have successfully ascended the throne. A large amount of data flashed before Sullen's eyes. Congratulations, host. Your duchy has been upgraded to a kingdom. The country template is currently being upgraded. Importing national data. Ding. It has been detected that the host's actual territories are Beifeng Duchy and Fighter City. Please take control of more territories as soon as possible. Ding. Please take control of the Kingdom of Florence as soon as possible. Congratulations, host. You have successfully upgraded to a kingdom. You have received a diamond treasure chest. Congratulations, host. You have successfully upgraded to a kingdom. Your imperial jade seal has been upgraded. Congratulations, host. You have successfully upgraded to a kingdom. You have received a miracle building blueprint. A series of system prompts sounded in his ears. However, the reward for upgrading to a kingdom this time was much less than the reward for establishing a duchy. Of course, it was very likely that Su Lin did not fully control the Kingdom of Florence. Only when Su Lin fully controlled the Kingdom of Florence would all the rewards be issued. Although the rewards were much less, Su Lin was still in a good mood. He opened the system and began to check the rewards this time. A diamond treasure chest, a miracle building blueprint, and an upgraded imperial jade seal. Su Lin opened the diamond treasure chest, and a gorgeous light and shadow effect flashed before his eyes. The next second, a familiar system prompt sounded in Sullen's ears. Congratulations, host. You have successfully opened the diamond treasure chest. You have received the book Elemental Fission and Elemental Fusion. After hearing the system prompt, Su Lin was slightly stunned. He immediately reacted. The book, Elemental Fission and Elemental Fusion, was actually opened from the treasure chest. Just by hearing the name, one could tell that this book was a book about the knowledge of the elemental furnace. Su Lin simply flipped through it. This book was not only about theoretical knowledge, but it also included a large amount of data and detailed steps. However, it was still very difficult to produce according to the data in the book. Of course, this book was not without benefits. It helped Su Lin save a lot of time. It pointed him in the right direction, and he did not have to take any detours. After putting away the book Elemental Fission and Elemental Fusion, Su Lin picked up the miracle building blueprint that he had just received. This blueprint was a little special. It was called Ipang Palace. It was actually an architectural blueprint of a palace complex. Miracle building blueprint, Ipang Palace. It records the blueprint of a large palace complex. After using it, Ipang Palace can be built. Su Lin looked at the blueprint. The construction of such a palace complex could not be completed in a short period of time. Moreover, it would require a lot of manpower and material resources. For the current Su Lin, it was not worth it. This blueprint could only be used after a long time. Casually putting away the miracle building blueprint, Su Lin stretched his body and began to deal with other matters. After Su Lin and Phyllis ascended to the throne, Su Lin sent official documents in his and Phyllis's name to the surrounding cities to announce the legitimacy of the throne. The news received was mixed. The territories that were originally under the direct control of the kingdom had already accepted the appointment and recognized Su Lin and Phyllis as the king and queen. Some of the remaining nobles recognized Su Lin and Phyllis, some of them were watching with ambiguous attitudes, and some of them directly declared that Su Lin and Phyllis's thrones were illegitimate and refused to recognize them as the king and queen. Su Lin had already prepared himself for this situation. He tried to rope in the nobles who accepted the appointment directly. He also sent people to those who were neutral and ambiguous. As for those who refused, he issued official documents requesting them to immediately surrender and personally apologize to San Filto. Naturally, the nobles would not agree to such a request. However, Sulin did not want them to agree. This would only show that he had too much. At the same time, Sulin began to recruit soldiers in San Filto and the territories under the direct control of the royal family. Due to the previous war, the soldiers in San Filto had suffered heavy casualties. He was now preparing to rebuild the army. At the same time, after the reconstruction was completed, he would crusade against the rebellious lords. However, while Sulin was busy, an unexpected piece of news came. "You said that Marquis Savoy sent people?" Sulin asked. "Yes, Your Majesty." As the most powerful lord in the northern provinces, Marquis Savoy was also the other successor of the Kingdom of Florence. However, he was a little unlucky. It was not easy for him to wait for such a good opportunity. In the end, when he arrived at San Filto, Sulin had already ascended the throne, giving him no chance at all. However, Marquis Savoy knew that he had not made his stance clear yet. If he announced that he supported Sulin, the nobles in the northern part of Florence would not be able to do anything. Those who were neutral would probably immediately preside over Sulin. Even many nobles who were clearly against him would change their minds. "Let him in," Sulin said. "Yes, Your Majesty." The servant bowed and slowly retreated. About 5 minutes later, the servant walked in with a young man. "Your Majesty, the eldest son of Marquis Savoy is here." "Vader, long time no see." Sulin smiled and stood up. "Long time no see, Your Grace." Vader bowed respectfully. Hearing how Vader addressed him, Sulin did not have any expression. He was still smiling. "Sir Vader, why have you come to see me this time?" "Your Grace, my father does not agree with what you have done this time." "Is that so? I heard that when you came to San Filto, you brought an army of 10,000 men. Why are you preparing to go to war with me?" Sulin said in a low voice. "We did not mean that. We only brought the army to protect my safety," Vader said with a shrug. "Protect your safety?" Sulin rolled his eyes. "You need to bring an army of 10,000 men to protect my safety? I know that you are upset that I became king first, but what is done cannot be undone. It is better to accept it." Vader shook his head and continued, "Your Grace, your situation is not very good now. 1/3 of the nobles in the entire kingdom are against you. Why are you unwilling to give up the throne? If you agree to give up the throne, the Savoy family is willing to bear your expenses this time and compensate you. It seems that you want to replace me." Sulin instantly understood the Savoy family's plan. The Savoy family wanted to replace the Henry family as the new royal family of Florence. "This is a normal transfer of power within the Kingdom of Florence," Vader said. Sulin smiled slightly. "Do you think your strength is enough?" Vader glanced at Sulin and said, "I still have to thank Sir Sulin for the life essence last time. After using it, my father has already advanced to the legendary level." "Advanced to the legendary level? No wonder you are so confident. But the legendary level is different from the legendary level." Sulin shook his head. "How about this? I can give you a chance. I will fight with your father. As long as he can win, I will withdraw and hand over the Kingdom of Florence to you. And if I win, I don't need you to pay anything. You just need to announce that I am the king of the Kingdom of Florence. I need to go back and report to my father. Then I will tell you the result," Vader said with a nod. "Of course." Sulin nodded. Chapter 422. Vader quickly left San Filto City and returned to the encampment of the army in Cult City without stopping. He then went straight to the largest tent in the center. "Father, I'm back," Vader said respectfully to the Marquis of Savoy. "Have a seat." The Marquis of Savoy nodded. After Vader sat down, he asked, "What did he say?" "His Excellency Sulin doesn't agree to abdicate," Vader said. "That's not surprising." The Marquis of Savoy sneered. He stood up from his seat and walked to the map placed in the tent. No one will easily give up power that's at their fingertips. Moreover, 1/3 of the territory has already recognized him as the king. What else did he say? The Marquis of Savoy picked up a charcoal pencil and marked on the map. He said that if father wants to compete with him for the throne, we'll have to fight him. If you win, he'll choose to withdraw and give up the kingdom of Florence. If we lose, we'll have to recognize him as the king of the kingdom of Florence, Vader said in a low voice. Father, I think we should just attack directly. As long as we mobilize, I believe many nobles will follow suit. When the time comes, San Filto City won't be able to stop us. Mobilize? That's easy for you to say. The Marquis of Savoy glanced at his son and put the charcoal pencil back. It's easy to mobilize, but what about after that? Many nobles will respond, but most of them won't put in any effort. They'll wait for us and Sulen to fight until both sides suffer, then take advantage of the situation. Don't think too highly of those nobles. What kind of people are they? They won't act until they see the hair. The Marquis of Savoy snorted. After circling the tent twice, the Marquis of Savoy said, "Looks like we can only use battle." After thinking for a long time, the Marquis of Savoy nodded in agreement. He was very confident in his own strength. In his impression, although Sulen had a record of killing a legendary orc, that orc was already seriously injured. Therefore, he felt that he should be on par with Sulen. What he didn't know was that different people had different physiques, and the same applied to legends as well. The next step was to discuss the time and place. These matters were quickly finalized. The two sides agreed to fight 30 miles northeast of Feather City. The time was set for 3 days later in the morning. After discussing the details of the battle, Sulen began to deal with other matters. He was preparing to build a military camp in San Filto. Originally, more than half of the soldiers in San Filto had been killed or injured. Although Sulen later took in some scattered soldiers, these soldiers were far from being elite. Therefore, he was preparing to build a military camp and recruit new soldiers. He would also send the original soldiers to the military camp for training. Only after going through such training could these soldiers reach the standard of a qualified soldier of Beifong Principality. After Sulen ascended the throne, the southern provinces had the most opposition. In fact, Sulen's reputation was mostly spread in the northern provinces. Not many people in the south knew about it, and since a long time ago, the southern provinces had looked down on the northern provinces. The main reason was the economic disparity. For the southern provinces, the northerners were a group of barbarians who liked to fight and kill. What's more, Sulen's territory was in the northern wilderness, which was further north of the northern provinces. In their eyes, it was a completely barren land. The best way to make these people admit that Sulen was the king was to persuade them physically. Sulen didn't plan to transfer the army of Beifong Principality, so he could only rebuild the army in San Filto. Compared to Beifong City, the conditions in San Filto were much better. At least there were more than 150,000 people here. With enough manpower, the construction of the military camp was very fast. In addition to the ordinary military camp, Sulen also built a military camp for female soldiers. Sulen was going to let the maids in the palace serve as the first batch of female soldiers in the military camp. There were still a lot of female soldiers in this world. The most famous one was the Amazon female warriors in the southern rainforest. Don't think that they were easy to bully just because they were women. In fact, the Amazon female warriors were very powerful. In addition to the Amazon female warriors, there were also female soldiers among the elves, especially among the drows. Sulen's plan to build female soldiers didn't attract much attention. Most people just thought it was the king's hobby. While the military camp was being built, Sulen began to clean up San Filto. The first thing to be changed was the sanitation. Sulen was used to the cleanliness of Beifong City. After coming to San Filto, he hated the dirty streets, so after the city settled down, Sulen began to set up sanitation regulations to clean the streets. There was plenty of manpower in San Filto City, and Sulen easily recruited a large number of workers. Although they were called workers, most of them were actually poor people. More than 90% of the cities in the world had slums. These people were cheap and only needed a small amount of money to hire them. After having the manpower, Sulen began to issue laws. No one was allowed to dump garbage or feces on the streets. Violators would be fined and sentenced to 1 week of unpaid labor. Of course, this kind of thing couldn't just be an order. If people were not allowed to dump garbage everywhere, they had to be given a place to dump garbage. Otherwise, this order would not be beneficial to the people but harmful. Sulen selected some people from the slums and divided San Filto into districts. Each district would have a garbage transfer station. The residents and merchants around would need to send their garbage here. Then, these people would drive the garbage out of the city every morning. At the same time, Sulen also sent people to start building public toilets in each district. After these things were built, Sulen issued a ban on dumping garbage and defecating everywhere. The nobles in the city were puzzled as to why Sulen wasn't in a hurry to quell the rebellion. However, under Sulen's power, they were very well behaved on the surface. However, under Sulen's power, they were constantly up to no good in private. In order to obtain information, Sulen formed the Embroidered Uniform Guard. Now that he was the king, Sulen naturally expanded the Embroidered Uniform Guard. However, the Embroidered Uniform Guard wasn't something that just anyone could become. Sulen could only recruit 20 people from other places and use these 20 people to build the framework. Then he would recruit others and quickly establish the Embroidered Uniform Guard. With the Embroidered Uniform Guard, Sulen would be able to know every move of the nobles in San Filto. With the Embroidered Uniform Guard collecting information, it would be very useful when Sulen went to quell the rebellion of the nobles. There was no need to say how useful information was in a war. Scouting, eavesdropping, breaking ties, spreading rumors, acting as a spy, and so on were too many. Time passed quickly, and 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Early in the morning, Sulen left some instructions to Phyllis and then left San Filto alone. As for the soldiers of Beifong Duchy, they stayed behind to protect the palace and prevent the nobles from causing trouble when Sulen wasn't around. The Pegasus was very fast, and it only took 10 minutes to arrive at the location of the battle. When Sulen arrived, he found that Marquis Savoy was already waiting there. In addition to him, there were about 500 cavalrymen waiting not far away. Sulen took a few glances and didn't pay attention to them. "Long time no see, Marquis Savoy," Sulen said as he dismounted. "Long time no see, Duke Beifong." Savoy nodded. After a few simple pleasantries, both sides went into the main topic. "Marquis Savoy, we are clear about the conditions. Do you have any objections?" Sulen asked. "No." "That's good. When you lose, Marquis Savoy, don't go back on your word." Sulen said with a smile. Marquis Savoy is too confident. I was worried that Marquis Savoy would go back on his word. Don't worry, I can still afford to lose. Besides, how could I lose?" Savoy said confidently. Sulen smiled. "In that case, let's begin." But Sulen took out his storm war halberd, while Savoy took out a two-handed heavy sword. As soon as they were ready, rays of light flashed past Sulen's body. Greater haste. Slow. Arcane Missile X3. A spiritual light instantly enveloped the Marquis of Savoy's body. He felt his body sink as if he was standing in mud. His movements were clearly much slower. Before he could react, a series of arcane missiles flew at him. Savoy's expression changed slightly. He dodged while blocking. Sulen took the opportunity to rush up and smash down with his storm war halberd. The battered and exhausted Savoy didn't care about his reputation. He rolled to the side to dodge. The storm war halberd fiercely smashed into the ground, and then the war halberd swept across, raising a large amount of dirt into the air. The war halberd carried a biting cold wind, and the wind blew the dirt away in all directions, covering a radius of a few meters. If one was not prepared, one's eyes would be blinded if they were not careful. Savoy was also very experienced in battle. The moment the dirt flew up, he covered his eyes with one hand and swung his heavy two-handed sword with the other. Whirlwind slash. Clang. The heavy sound of metal clashing rang out as the storm war halberd and the two-handed heavy sword collided. Savoy's weapon was of good quality, and it wasn't damaged by the storm war halberd. However, as soon as they came into contact, Savoy felt an irresistible force. Before he could adjust himself, a storm of attacks descended upon him. The Marquis of Savoy could only defend himself pathetically in the face of such an attack. He had no room to retaliate. Clang! A loud sound rang out, and the two-handed sword flew high into the air. In the next second, the storm war halberd's cold blade pressed against Savoy's chest. Chapter 423. I've lost. The Marquis of Savoy was taken aback when he saw the gleaming blade in front of his chest. Sulin smiled and put away his storm halberd. Since the outcome has been decided, you should know what to do, Marquis. The Marquis of Savoy's face turned pale. After a while, he said, I'll keep my promise. He turned to leave. Wait a minute. Sulin was the first to stop Marquis Savoy. Duke, do you want me to stay here? The Marquis of Savoy's expression changed. Sulin sneered when he heard the way the Marquis of Savoy addressed him. As expected, the Marquis of Savoy's wishful thinking. However, since Sulin dared to bet, he naturally had a way to make him keep his promise. Don't worry, Marquis. I just have something to give you. Sulin smiled, and with a flip of his palm, he took out the self-created hero template from the storage space. The self-created hero template could turn an ordinary person into a hero, but it also had a powerful function. The user could never betray Sulin. What is it? The Marquis of Savoy asked curiously. This. Sulin quickly sent the self-created hero template into the Marquis of Savoy's body before he could react. The Marquis of Savoy, who was about to block, froze the moment the light ball entered his body. It took him a few seconds to recover. After the light ball entered the Marquis of Savoy's body, Sulin heard a system notification. Are you sure you want to use the self-created hero template? Template fusion. Fusion successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a new hero. Master. The Marquis of Savoy said respectfully after he recovered. Sulin had never believed in the so-called bet. He had planned to take the Marquis of Savoy as his subordinate from the beginning. A legendary warrior was a rare high-end combat force. Moreover, the Marquis of Savoy's family had influence in the north. He could not bear to lose such a top fighter. Name, Spencer Savoy. Loyalty, 100. Locked. Race, human. Class, Knight level. Legendary strength, 31 agility, 20 spirit, 16 physique, 27 charm, 14 commander, 78 characteristics. Talents: legendary sturdy, legendary tenacity, agility, battle dodging, intermediate iron bones, battle reflex, calm, iron blood, overlord, flexibility, proficient in battle techniques, firm will, extended lifespan. Skills: cleave, heavy chop, whirlwind slash, cross sword technique, white raven sword technique, night battle, aristocratic etiquette, whirlwind slash, excels in defense, excels in weapon combat, excels in defense, excels in offense, excels in collision, quick movement, intimidate, trample weapon proficiency, bow 120, javelin 125, sword 197, horsemanship 178, shield 150. The Marquis of Savoy's attributes weren't that outstanding. They were only above average. In fact, if it weren't for the existence of the health potion, he would never have broken through to the legendary rank. Sulin checked Marquis Savoy's information and said, "Announce that you recognize me as the king and swear your loyalty to me when you return." "Yes, master," Marquis Savoy said respectfully. "Well, take your men back and wait for my call at any time," Sulin said and mounted the horse and left. Marquis Savoy also left with his men after Sulin left. Over the next few days, something major happened in the Kingdom of Florence. One of the 4 electors, the most powerful noble family in the north, the House of Savoy, suddenly announced that they recognized Sulin as the king of the Kingdom of Florence and swore their loyalty to the king. This had a huge impact on the entire Kingdom of Florence. The nobles in the northern provinces who refused to recognize Sulin immediately became obedient after hearing the news. Some nobles even directly announced that they recognized Sulin as the king of Florence, and those neutral, fence-sitting nobles who were originally in a wait-and-see state also expressed their recognition of Sulin as the king after seeing this situation. With the support of the Marquis of Savoy, the entire north quickly settled down. Even the nobles who were still stubbornly refusing to recognize Sulin kept a low profile. However, Sulin was very vengeful. How could he let these guys go? He directly ordered the Marquis of Savoy to lead an army to eliminate the stubborn nobles. After receiving Sulin's order, the Marquis of Savoy immediately gathered an army to suppress the rebellion. After subduing the Marquis of Savoy, Sulin could finally free up his hands to deal with the restless nobles. It took a week for the construction of the barracks in San Filto City to be completed. Sulin began to let the original scattered soldiers re-enter the barracks in batches for training. On the other side, the female soldiers' camp also recruited 100 palace maids for training. There were 2 instructors for these female soldiers, a half-elf and a drow. Sulin did not intend to let these female soldiers fight head-on. Instead, he intended to let them guard the palace. After Sulin's strict orders, the sanitation of San Filto City was greatly improved. Although there was still a lot of garbage in some remote corners, the main roads had been cleaned up very neatly. The smell of human and animal excrement that could be smelled as soon as one entered the city had also been greatly reduced. Sulin recruited a large number of people to repair the main roads of the city. The originally muddy soil road began to be flattened by a large number of stone rollers. After the road was flattened, a layer of gravel began to be placed on it and continued to be rolled. In this way, the original soil road was replaced with a stone road. On both sides of the road, Sulin also asked the construction team to dig 2 drainage ditches. The drainage ditches were not large, only 50 centimeters wide and 60 centimeters deep. These drainage ditches extended along the road. The drainage ditches were covered with stone slabs, and there were some gaps where the slabs were connected. With the drainage ditches, even if it rained, there was no need to worry about waterlogging on the city's roads. In this era, waterlogging was common in the cities. Most of the time, when it rained, there would be water everywhere in the city. Although the drainage ditches could not completely eliminate waterlogging, most of the time, waterlogging would not occur again. The amount of work required to flatten the road was huge. Sulin recruited a large number of workers from the slums. For a time, even the security of the slums improved a lot. Speaking of security, San Filto City's security was not good. It should be said that security was generally bad in this world. No matter which city it was, there were people who committed crimes. Underworld organizations, gang members, gray areas, officials, nobles, and so on. Not to mention the current world. Even in Sulin's previous life, if the law was strictly enforced, a large number of people would go to jail or even eat peanuts. Corrupt, deceitful businessmen, black-hearted fake medicine, poisoned food, and so on. There were also all kinds of false advertisements on television stations. A group of people formed groups to cheat the elderly in the name of health consultations and safety lectures. There were even many people who used all kinds of methods to escape the punishment of the law. In Sulin's previous life, he heard a saying, "Justice may be late, but it will never be absent." However, this was not the original meaning of this saying. The original words of the judge were, "Justice will never be absent, it will only be late." The meaning was to criticize late justice and to express dissatisfaction with inefficient court trials. It meant that late justice was not true justice to everyone. But at some point in time, this sentence had been changed to this. The meaning was completely opposite, completely overturning the original idea, and instead praising the late justice. In his previous life, there was a rape case in the number 10 special family area. The person who discovered the corpse was sentenced to death and executed by firing squad for 23 years before his case was cleared. Meanwhile, the real murderer was arrested 9 years later and admitted to the crime. He waited until 23 years after the crime was committed before he was officially sentenced to death. Sulin was resolute in his crackdown on crime. Moreover, the laws in the Beifeng Principality were completely different from the laws in this world. The laws in this world were very similar to the laws in the Western world in his previous life. It was basically a sham. In front of the law, the nobles had special privileges. Apart from the nobles, the rich could also form a powerful group of lawyers. They had plenty of time and money to slowly drag it out with you. How could ordinary people drag it out with them? When they could not hold on any longer, they could only withdraw the lawsuit. In fact, these laws were completely to protect the interests of the privileged class. The laws in the Beifeng Principality were completely different. The most basic law in the Beifeng Principality was that those who committed a crime must be punished. For example, the most common reform through labor. This type of punishment was mainly used in cases where the degree of the crime was relatively small and did not cause much harm. Of course, there were many types of reform through labor, from cleaning the streets to transporting garbage to mining. In the Beifeng Principality's laws, there was no such thing as mediation. Those who violated the law had to be punished. If the crime was serious, they would be sent to mining and smashing stones. If the crime was light, they would be sent to clean the streets. All prisoners had to complete these jobs to earn living expenses during their time in prison. Otherwise, they could only starve. There was no need to talk about humanitarianism. When these prisoners committed crimes, why did they not talk about humanitarianism? If they talked about humanitarianism to criminals, then what about the victims? Moreover, in the Beifeng Principality's laws, the role of lawyers was reduced to the extreme. Basically, there were no serious crimes like robbery or murder. With a lawyer representing them, they could get a light sentence or even acquittal. The judicial officials in San Filto City could only amend the laws according to Sulin's wishes. At the same time, Sulin strengthened the training of the city guards. He had already planned to completely eliminate all kinds of gangs and illegal organizations in San Filto City, especially the slums. This would be the focus of the cleanup. Chapter 424. The slums were common in most cities in this world. Apart from being dirty and messy, they were also the hotbeds of evil and the darkest corners of the city. Murder, robbery, and smuggling were common occurrences here. Even the churches in the city rarely came here. People died here almost every day. Even the priests of the Dawnlight Shrine, who were known for their kindness, did not care about the lives of these people. However, things began to change with the arrival of the new king. The most obvious change was that many of the slums were hired to work. Although the work was hard, they could eat their fill and even get a salary. This gave many people hope to survive. Who would want to die if they could live? In an instant, these slum people burst out with a strong work enthusiasm and were grateful to Sulun, the king who brought them hope. However, the changes in the slums also made some people think differently. Boss, I've asked around. Those bumpkins earn about 10 copper nars a day. The women get 8, and even the children get 5, a skinny, wretched-looking man with a mustache said excitedly. I've done some calculations. There are more than 200 people in our gang's territory. If they are all adults, they can earn 2,000 copper nars a day, which is equivalent to 2 kanar. That's 60 kanar a month. That's not a small amount. A fierce-looking man with a scar on his face said with a hint of greed in his eyes, "Looks like our king is really rich." The scar-faced man took out a small knife and played with it. He then said, "Mouse, pass down the order. Everyone who goes to work must pay 80% of the safety fee when they return. I'll leave this to you. If anyone dares to hide it and refuse to pay, break one of their hands. Don't worry, I'll do it properly. I won't miss a single copper in it." The wretched-looking man with a mustache patted his chest and promised. After the health regulations were issued, San Filto City changed at a speed visible to the naked eye. The impact of the war had gradually faded, and the city became more prosperous than before. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks sounded. "Come in," Sulin said without raising his head. Sulin couldn't help but sniff at the fragrance. He looked up and said in surprise, "Phyllis, why are you here?" "I'm here to see you." "Phyllis, who was wearing a court lady's dress, said with a lunchbox in her hand. You'll be living here for the next 2 days. Although the country's affairs are important, you should also pay attention to your rest. This is the meat soup that I asked someone to prepare for you. Try it first. All right. Smelling the tempting aroma, Sulin also felt his stomach turning. He picked up the broth and started to gulp it down. Phyllis chuckled and wiped the rice off the corner of his mouth with a handkerchief. Don't drink so fast. No one's fighting with you. If it's not enough, there's more here. That's enough. Sulin patted his belly and put down the bowl. What have you been up to these days? Phyllis asked as she put away the tableware. Sulin picked up the documents on the table and said, busy making laws. Making laws? Are there any problems with the old laws? Phyllis looked at Sulin in confusion. Big problems. Sulin curled his lips and said, the laws are too simple and crude. The punishment for crimes is also very low. Most of the time, it's impossible to uphold justice by following the laws. In addition to these laws are also very vague about taxation. For nobles and wealthy merchants, taxes are reduced or directly exempted. For commoners, there are more than 100 types of taxes, such as head tax, toll tax, goods tax, land tax, housing tax, city gate tax, salt tax, and so on. If the taxes are collected strictly according to the laws, it's not so bad. But I've checked the tax records over the years. The taxes are getting lower and lower year after year. It's obvious that the officials are colluding to embezzle the taxes. I've also asked someone to investigate the specific tax situation. It turns out that the tax collected by the state is 1 silver nar, while the tax officials directly collect 1.5 or even 2 silver nars. The taxes of civilians are increasing year after year, but the state's taxes are falling. In the end, the state doesn't collect enough taxes, but the civilians pay more. The state loses money, and so do the civilians. Only the nobles and the officials get rich. Sulin sneered and threw the documents on the table. Hearing Sulin's words, Phyllis was a bit anxious. Then what should we do? Should we just arrest the tax officials and the nobles and force them to hand over the taxes? That can solve the problem, but it won't do much for the people at the bottom. If we arrest these people and replace them with others, the result will probably be the same as before, Sulin continued. The better way is to improve the laws and strengthen the supervision of the officials and nobles. Then let's do as you say. I support you. Phyllis walked to Sulin and hugged him. Sulin gently stroked Phyllis's hair. Don't worry. It will be better. Compared to North Wind Principality, the Kingdom of Florence had existed for hundreds of years. Although it had a larger population and a larger territory, it was much worse than North Wind Principality in all aspects. In terms of taxes in North Town, no one dared to violate the rules set by Sulin, and no one dared to embezzle. There were many successful experiences in North Town, and the key ones were the prison built by Sulin and the twice-yearly ideological education. Officials at all levels had to go to the prison for ideological education every 6 months. Plus, there were all kinds of rules and supervisors in North Town. Basically, no one dared to cross the line. Even if someone wanted to do so, they would be caught very soon. Sulin gave officials the right to report. There was an office in the city hall that received reports, and they needed to report with their real names. Even normal civilians could report officials to the city hall. Of course, if the report was verified, the person who reported it would be rewarded, but if it was false, the person who reported it would also be severely punished. This kind of reporting was originally used to restrict officials. Sulin didn't want it to become a tool for someone to take revenge. This system had been running in North Town for more than a year, and it seemed to be working well. There was a prison in Sanfilto City, but it didn't have all kinds of bonuses like the prison in North Town. Therefore, if Sulin wanted to follow North Town's rules, he would have to build a new prison. Since he had decided to do it, the sooner, the better. After Sulin marked out the location of the prison, he asked people to build it according to the blueprint he gave. The workers were still recruited from the slums. The slums had a lot of manpower and they were cheap. Ever since Su Len and Phyllis ascended to the throne, San Filto City had been constantly building. All kinds of construction projects provided a lot of jobs in San Filto City. With a job, there would naturally be income. With income, there would be consumption. This would promote the city's commerce, and the materials needed for various projects would be purchased from the market. Business activities would become more frequent, and the entire city would become prosperous. San Filto City was now more prosperous than it was before the war. Seeing such a prosperous scene, no one would have thought that this city had just gone through a war half a month ago. In order to better control San Filto City, Surin also contacted Hathaway through the communication magic array and asked her to transfer a group of grassroots officials from Beifong Dukedom to San Filto City, as well as a group of tamed falcons from Beifong City. The officer training school in North Town City had never stopped. In the past, due to the lack of manpower, the first few batches of training lasted 1 month. Now, it had been extended to 6 months, and the number of people in each batch had increased to 100. The most recent batch of officials was about to finish their training, and they were all sent to San Filto City. Magic communication was expensive, so Su Len planned to build an eagle nest in San Filto City and use falcons to communicate. At the same time, to strengthen the connection with North Town City, Su Len planned to build a teleportation circle. Of course, this teleportation circle could only be used for emergency communication. The teleportation circle cost a lot to build, and it required a lot of mana. The teleportation circle in North Town City was powered by the elemental pool, but even so, it couldn't be used frequently. San Filto City was thousands of miles away from North Town City, so the energy consumption was even higher. He also needed to build an elemental pool. Footsteps came from the corridor, and then there was a hurried knock on the door. "Come in." The door was pushed open, and a servant came in hurriedly. "Your Majesty, our workers in charge of the construction work were killed." Su Len suddenly looked up. "What did you say?" The servant quickly said, "A few workers we sent to build the infrastructure of the city were killed. Their bodies were decapitated and dumped near the city gate." "Who did it?" Sullen's voice was like the cold wind from the icy plains, freezing people. The servant gulped. "We suspect that it was done by the gangs in the slums." "Gangs? How dare they kill my people?" Sullen's face was cold, and his eyes were filled with anger. "I heard that it was because of the workers' salaries." "Those workers didn't pay their salaries?" Sullen's face turned even uglier. "No, that's not it. The workers' salaries weren't delayed. It was those gangsters who wanted to forcibly take away the workers' salaries. As a result, our staff went to reason with them." Chapter 425. You mean those gangs in the slums wanted to rob the workers of their wages, and our men were killed when they tried to stop them? Su Len listened to the whole story as he walked. "Are there any nobles involved in this matter? Are there any nobles behind those gangs?" "Sorry, Your Majesty, we haven't figured it out yet. Send people to continue the investigation. Now, bring some people to clean up the slums," Su Len said in a deep voice. "Yes, Your Majesty." The roads in the slums were still muddy. Mud and dirt would splash up when one stepped on them. Occasionally, there would be places where feces would be dumped. The air was always filled with a foul smell. Small shacks were built in a messy manner, and there were many skinny children with blue faces and ragged clothes on the streets. Rats scurried across the ground from time to time. Compared to the other parts of the city, this place was like a completely different world. Of course, in addition to those low and shabby shacks, there were also a few tall buildings in the slums. There were many strong men with scars around the buildings. Obviously, these places were the gangs in the slums. When Su Len arrived at the scene of the incident, it was already surrounded by people. A servant hurried to greet him. "Your Majesty!" The servant carefully carried a few stretchers over. After seeing the bodies on the stretchers, Sullen's face became even gloomier. He looked like a volcano that was about to erupt. The man on the stretcher was already dead. His back was a mess of flesh and blood. One could even see his white spine. His 4 limbs were broken. Someone had broken his limbs and whipped him to death. The attendant lifted the linen cloth from the other stretcher and saw that the other corpse was also covered with whip marks. There were more than 10 marks left behind by Luo Tai on the chest. The skin on the chest was almost completely burnt. There were also many signs of severe beating on the face. It was almost impossible to recognize the original appearance. There was a deep strangle mark on the neck, and the head was tilted to one side. The neck was fractured. The last body was also badly beaten. His legs and arms were broken. 7 of his 10 fingers were broken. His body was covered in blood. Many parts of his skin were torn off while he was still alive. His teeth were also broken. It was not hard to imagine how much pain these 3 people had suffered before they died. Sullen's face became gloomier. He was emitting a cold, murderous intent. Even the servants around him could not help but shiver. They quietly moved back a few steps. As soldiers who had followed Su Len since he was in the North Town, they rarely saw Su Len with such an expression. However, every time they saw him, it was bound to be bloody. Aiton. Sullen's cold voice was like a bone-chilling wind. Yes, Your Majesty. The drow bowed and took a step forward. Take your men and capture all the people involved. Remember, I want them alive. Su Len looked at the drow in front of him and said, Your Majesty, we promise to complete the task. Aiton immediately said loudly. Su Len nodded. Very good. Your skills are not rusty, right? Try it on all of them. Hearing Sullen's words, the servants around him could not help but shiver. In terms of the skills of torture, the drows could be ranked in the top 3 on the continent. Although these drows in the North Town were all believers of the Dark Maiden, their skills were not weak at all. The 3 staff members had obviously experienced very cruel torture and were brutally killed after the torture. Since Su Len ascended the throne, he had become the master of San Felto City. Now, someone actually treated his people like this in his territory. This was no different from slapping Su Len in the face. These 3 staff members were managers recruited to transform the city. They led the workers to transform the city and represented the work of the city hall. Now that they were tortured and killed, how could Su Len not be angry? After Aiton left with his men, Su Len turned around with a strong murderous intent. On the surface, it was just the killing of 3 staff members, which was not a big deal. However, for Su Len and the new city hall of San Felto City, it was a blatant humiliation. This was a very serious blow to the prestige of Su Len and the city hall in the eyes of ordinary civilians. Su Len was the king of the kingdom of Florence, and San Felto was the capital of the kingdom. In the capital, his staff members were cruelly killed and abandoned near the city gate. What would the civilians in the city think if they saw this? They would think that as the king, Su Len could not even protect his own people in the capital. Who would dare to follow Su Len in the future? This was a serious provocation to Sullen's dignity. He had to use 10 times more cruel means to exact revenge. Everyone involved in this matter had to pay the price in blood. Hansen. Your subordinate is here. The barbarian next to him stepped forward and saluted. Take your men and occupy the entire slum area. Kill anyone who dares to resist. Su Len said with a murderous look. Blood could only be washed away with blood. Kane. Your subordinate is here. Take people and lock down the noble area. Don't let anyone in or out. Yes, Your Majesty. Su Len did not believe that these gangs in the city had no connection with the nobles in the city. It could be said that without the support of the nobles, these gangs would not be able to develop at all. Most of the time, the gangs in the city were the dogs of the nobles. They helped the nobles deal with things that they could not do in public. These gangs did a lot of illegal things in private. Without the support of the nobles, they would have been dealt with. Su Len didn't have time to deal with these gangs before. After all, these gangs were in the slums. As long as they didn't come out to make trouble, Su Len planned to let them live for a while. When he had time to deal with them, he would deal with them. Unexpectedly, these gangs took action first. As the king of the kingdom of Florence, if these gangs dared to despise him, then the nobles in the kingdom would not respect him. By then, the whole kingdom of Florence would be full of rebellions. After the order was issued, Hansen smiled ferociously, then led his barbarians and army directly into the slum area. Hansen's army was more than 5,000 people. Each barbarian warrior led an army of 100 people. These barbarian warriors were fully armored and wielding giant axes. The gangs that were originally tyrannical in the city were not much stronger than chickens in front of them. On the other side, Aten and the Drows were also constantly advancing. Their goal was the culprit of this incident. Just after the incident, they investigated immediately and had already figured out the lairs of the gangs. Now they had to capture all of these people. Cain led other people to seal off the noble district. All the nobles were asked to return to their own residences. Seeing this situation, many nobles did not know what was going on at all. At the same time, some nobles were very flustered. The slum area, the Black Dog Gang. This was a 3-story building. Compared to the surrounding shacks, it was like a crane in a flock of chickens. At this time, there was a sound of fighting in this house. Damn it. Run, those people are coming. Monsters, they are all monsters. Bang. A loud noise came, and one of the walls of the house was directly knocked down. A barbarian in heavy armor and holding a giant axe rushed in. As soon as he entered, he waved his giant axe and directly cut 2 gang members around him into 2 pieces. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere. Several gang members were so scared that they turned around and ran. The barbarian rampaged. Wherever he went, there was no enemy. Although these gang members were much stronger than ordinary people, compared to the barbarian, they were a group of weak chickens. Dealing with them was like chopping melons and vegetables. Only a few of the leaders' strength had reached the level of beginner or intermediate professions. As the army entered, the slum area was cleaned up bit by bit. The ordinary poor were hit and isolated. This time, Sulen was ready to completely clean up the slum area, but the ordinary people living here could not be ignored. These people would be temporarily placed in concentration camps. The next city construction would employ all of these poor people. Of course, before that, they still needed to catch the gang members hiding in the slum area. For the gang members who resisted, Sulen's order was to directly behead them. As for those who surrendered, they would be investigated and then dealt with according to the law. Chapter 426. Who else knows about the wizards? Sulen asked. Your Majesty, I've only told you about this, Aten said respectfully. Sulen nodded. That's good. Pretend you don't know anything about this. Go and arrest the noble behind the Grizzly Bear Gang. Yes, Your Majesty. Aten bowed and left. Sulen didn't go after the wizard who was hiding behind the scenes. After all, wizards had too many ways to hide themselves. Sulen didn't have any wizards under his command in San Felto City, so it wouldn't be easy to find the wizard. However, it wasn't impossible. He could just ask Hathaway to come and do it. The wizard was so secretive that he couldn't be a legendary. Hathaway could use a prophecy spell to find him. Although prophecies weren't very reliable most of the time, they were still very effective when used on people who were weaker than the caster. The slums were very large. It took a whole day to move all the poor people out. They were all placed in 4 concentration camps. Although they were concentration camps, they didn't lack any living materials. Of course, if they wanted to enjoy these things, they had to work. Sulen wouldn't feed them for free. Other than these poor people, all the gangs in the slums were wiped out, including the noble who was involved with the Grizzly Bear Gang. As for the crimes, there were too many. If they were to count, more than half of the nobles in this world would be arrested. The gangs in the slums were wiped out. Other than the kidnappers who resisted and were killed, those who surrendered basically survived. These surviving gang members had to go through a round of screening. Among them, those who committed the most heinous crimes and angered the public were directly sentenced to death. Then, they were sent to the shooting range for the new recruits to train their courage by seeing blood. It was the first time for many of the recruits to kill someone, so they were hesitant when they made their move. Some of the gang members were slashed more than a dozen times but still didn't die. The scene was extremely miserable. It was an extravagant hope to have a quick death here. Those who committed lesser crimes were sentenced to life imprisonment. In Sullen's law, life imprisonment was not like the law in his previous life, where they were sentenced to prison for committing a crime. After that, the state would have to fork out a portion of the tax revenue to support these people. They would be able to eat their fill, wear warm clothes, and receive free medical treatment when they fell sick. In the end, the state would have to waste police resources to keep an eye on them. To the outside world, it was said that this was the spirit of humanitarianism and that criminals also had human rights. That would not work in Sulen. The laws written by his organization did not have such treatment. Those who committed serious crimes but did not deserve death were directly thrown into the mines. They would only be given food and daily necessities after mining a sufficient amount of ores every day. Those who did not work were just waiting for death. Human rights? Unfortunately, criminals had no human rights. Sulen had always felt that emphasizing human rights for criminals was completely condoning their crimes. You treat criminals as human rights, but what about the human rights of the victims? The victims did not break the law, but who cared about their human rights? In Sullen's previous life, he often saw reports of drunk driving car accidents on the news. The perpetrators would even threaten the victims to accept an apology by not paying compensation and issue a letter of understanding. High medical expenses could bring down a family. Many people succumbed like this, and then the perpetrators would be given a lighter punishment. In Sullen's eyes, this was simply ironic. One should not persuade others to do good without experiencing their pain. The number of gang members caught in the slums exceeded 3,000. Half of these people were convicted of serious crimes, such as crimes against the law, human trafficking, robbery, and murder. After confirmation, all of them were sentenced to death. The rest, except for some minor crimes, were thrown out to clean the streets and toilets, and the rest were all sent to the mines. At the same time, Sulen also found a lot of dirt on the aristocrats from these gang members. These gangs were inextricably linked to the aristocrats. Otherwise, how could these gangs survive? In the aristocratic district, in a luxurious aristocratic manner. Bang! An exquisite antique vase that had been passed down from the previous era was slammed to the ground. Then an angry roar was heard, and the whole room seemed to tremble slightly. In the room, a middle-aged man with a strong body was angrily smashing things. Then, he grabbed the collar of the leader of the few people standing in front of him and roared, "Idiots, bastards, are you looking for death? Who told them to do it? Why didn't you stop those idiots? I really want to pry open your heads and see if it's filled with dog-T. You bunch of swine beasts. Don't you know what time it is now? That person has just ascended to the throne by force and is in a hurry to take care of us. Do you want to die faster? Are you rushing to hand him a knife? What do we do now? The outside has been blocked by his people. We can't escape now." The group of people standing in the hall broke out in cold sweat. One of the men who looked strong hesitated and whispered, "Your Excellency, this was done by the Grizzly Bear Gang. It has nothing to do with us." Bang! The strong man directly grabbed a lampstand and smashed it over. The man's head was full of blood, but he did not dare to dodge. "Are you a pig?" He was furious and roared loudly. He has now surrounded the slums. Do you think it's just to deal with the Grizzly Bear Gang? If he's determined to kill us, none of you can escape. Viscount Ron, the Blackfeather Bandits are your people, right? Over the years, at least 20 caravans have died in their hands. Those stolen goods were all sold in the slums. And you, Baron Taros, you've taken tens of thousands of Kinar every year from Sanfilto's gray income, right? I heard that you recently robbed a merchant and killed all of them. And how many of you have shit on your butts? How many people in your family have never been stained with blood? Which family of yours doesn't have a representative in the slums? If he really pursues the matter, none of you can escape. A middle-aged man dressed as a noble next to him hesitated for a moment, then his expression turned cold. He said in a deep voice, "Should we strike first?" As he spoke, his right hand slammed down. Bang! The strong man grabbed the clothes rack next to him and smashed it, roaring, "Idiot, who do you think he is? A pig at the mercy of others?" He killed a legendary devil the first time he entered the city. Who among the nobles in our city has the strength to do this? Can you invite a legendary powerhouse to take action? You should have seen his army. That group of troops alone can easily kill all of us. What do we do now? Another well-dressed noble had an ugly look on his face as he slowly said, "Speaking of which, none of us are clean." He's not really planning to kill all of us nobles, is he? How dare he? Why wouldn't he dare? The strong middle-aged man sneered, "Look at what he's done before. It hasn't even been a month since he ascended the throne. How many nobles in San Filto City have died? If the detection spell of this world was cast on all the nobles, then it was estimated that more than half of the nobles belonged to the lawful evil camp. The ruling class had no lack of lawful evil. In their eyes, there was no good or evil, only all kinds of benefits. This group of people was the easiest to fall into depravity. This was also why Sullen's pleasure devil targeted this city when he came here last time. There were too many depraved souls here. To the devils, those depraved souls were their best resources. Most of the time, the more prosperous a city was, the darker the other side. Hand over those gangs, stop all the gray channels, the slave trade, the black market, and the organizations that are no longer there. At the same time, support all of His Majesty's policies unconditionally. Prepare the money, food, and manpower. If we want to survive this crisis, we can only rely on him. I don't think His Majesty is crazy enough to want to wipe out all the nobles. Sulen indeed didn't plan to wipe out all the nobles. If he did, more than half of the nobles in the Kingdom of Florence would rebel, even those who had declared their support for him to become the king. This time, Sulen planned to wipe out the nobles who had gone too far and warn the others. If he really wiped out all the nobles, then the entire Kingdom of Florence could only be wiped out city by city. Governing a city wasn't an easy task. Sulen wasn't a noble family with hundreds of years of history. He couldn't easily find a large number of managers to help him manage the city. Most of the time, he could only rely on nobles. After all, more than 95% of the human population was illiterate. It was difficult to find enough managers. Of course, Sulen had been cultivating talents for a long time. This time, he had wiped out all the gangs. In fact, it was a warning to the nobles. As he expected, after he wiped out all the gangs in the slums, many nobles began to express their goodwill to Sulen in various ways. These nobles began to actively cooperate with Sullen's orders. The efficiency of San Filto City also increased rapidly. After clearing out the slums, the next day, the buildings in the slums began to be demolished. Sulen had already made a plan for this area. In his previous life, real estate development was the most profitable business. The area of the slums was very large, and the bad areas would be built into houses for the poor to live in. The areas with convenient transportation would be transformed into markets. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.